I work for the IAG Delft, and I am really happy that we can share some time today to talk about the interlinkage between finance, governance, and capacity development for combating land degradation and drought, and how this links really to dealing with water, but not only water, but also the other sectors and possibilities that are related and that we have to improve sustainable development and resilience overall. Because drought and land degradation, of course, are so intrinsically linked with food security, with a stable operating space for societies, and in the broader picture, even with peace and multilateralism. But today we want to introduce the topic with a very nice panel of specialists, of experts that I would like to welcome on the stage. So with us today is Amal Aldaij, and she is the lead for international affairs in the Center for Land Cover and Combating Desertification in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can I kindly call you to the stage? Then we have also Ahmed El Saoud. He is the senior advisor in UNDP for everything related to water, and he's a dear colleague from Egypt and has led the Egyptian Environment Agency in his former. So can you take the seat here? We have to obey a seating order because the microphones are linked to the chairs. Next, I want to invite Al-Moaid Asaid. He is the lead for water, climate, and environment in the Royal Science Society in Jordan. So I'm very happy to welcome him on stage. And then last but not least, I think you have to move one over, because then I think I have to. Can you move one? Yeah. And then last but not least, I want to invite my own rector, Eddie Moores. He is leading the IAG in Delft, the Center for Water, or the Institute for Water Education, a UNESCO institute that addresses all the topics around water and related sectors. So I will move over here also to get comfortable. We are a small group today. But I think it is really important that we try to address what we are doing in our own contexts and how we can link this in a bigger picture to guarantee resilience and sustainability. And first, I would like to invite Dr. Amal, if you want to give a little overview of what is in your agencies, in your center's view, the important topic in combating land degradation, linking it with the soil cover development, and how water management or other factors play into that. So can you please address that?
Sure. Thank you so much. First of all, a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to contribute to this very critical discussion as the challenge of land degradation, drought, and water scarcity become increasingly interconnected. Collaboration among stakeholders is essential. So for finding a sustainable solutions for water. So from my experience, water security is central to mitigating these issues. So achieving this requires addressing three key accelerators of the SDG number 6 framework: finance, governance, and capacity development. So the building blocks of sustainable water management, exactly. So through Saudi Green Initiative, we plan to grow 10 billion trees and rehabilitate 40 million hectares of land, of degraded land. So to achieve these targets, we have developed a comprehensive national greening master plan that prioritizes sustainable water management as the foundation for successful implementation. So sustainable water management is essential I mean, it's very essentially critical for urban forestry initiatives. So, where we prioritize the use of treated wastewater for irrigation to support trees and green spaces in cities. So, water is central for growing trees, as I said, and rehabilitating land, but it must be used responsibly and sourced innovatively. So this involves designing efficient irrigation system using treated wastewater and grey water, selecting native species adapted to local landscapes, improving soil health and enhance water retention, and employing more sustainable techniques to manage and conserve water efficiently. So Saudi Arabia is leading more, is leading the most, I would say, ambitious environmental sustainability project. For example, the Green Riyadh project, part of the SGI, Saudi Green Initiative, is constructing the world's largest urban wastewater reuse system to irrigate 7.5 million new trees and create over 3,000 parks and gardens across the city. So by combining finance, inclusive governance, and knowledge sharing, we can build resilient ecosystems and address the interconnected challenges of land degradation, drought, and water scarcity. Together, we have the tools and the opportunities to make a meaningful impact in this world, of course. So I'm going to reinforce on a very important wording here, collaboration. Collaboration is the key. We all need to work together when it comes to water sustainability. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amal. I think that this last statement or plea that you make there is so important, because if we do not create the joint community or the joint effort to implement and own this, then it will be a nice idea. We will implement things, but in the mid to long term, we need to develop these systems so that they become resilient, that they become sustainable. And I think that this is so beautiful to see how, in your case, a whole society gets up and actually moves forward with this development. And we have seen that in other parts of the world where we took very long to shift around from a situation where, yes, we knew for a long time that some things were maybe not going in the right direction, but we were slow in changing the political will and to also bring on board the society to make these changes. So I think I can really commend you for what you're doing here, and I think this cooperation aspect that you have mentioned is one thing that is so stupendous. So I think this is really a very encouraging sign from you. And I would like also to tell the audience that Dr. Amal is part of the negotiation team, and they start very soon again, so she will maybe not be able to be with us for the whole time of this session, but bear with her. It's that time in a COP where everything is still up in the air, and you need to bring it over the fine line. So thank you for coming to our event, even though the negotiations are going. We will have a discussion session more towards the end of our time slot here, but I am sure that Dr. Amal will also be happy if you want to contact her later or so through any emails if you have more questions. I would now like to ask a colleague on my right. Ahmed, you have, of course, a long experience in linking environmental and water issues in your home context in Egypt, where this is also, of course, with land degradation and the ecosystem services that you can get from improved land cover, a very pressing issue. And now you work with UNDP and one of your main focus points there is really how to organize the governance, how we can speed up and implement and also interlink better the efforts that we make for improving land use, land cover, and combating desertification. Can you give us a little bit of view of what your activities are at the moment?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, John. And I think this event is very important because it touched the three main pillars for integrated water resources management: governance, capacity building, and finance, and the interlinkages between them. And why we are so keen to address water in even all the three conventions, Rio conventions, because for the first time water was addressed in the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. They have a specific statement about water, and then in the biodiversity, and now in this desertification, because desertification means land and water. Without water, there is no green cover. Yes, water is a common good for humans, and it's a right, human right. And water is suffering in the past years from pollution, from population increase, and increase the demands for water from different sectors. The competing demands led to conflicts either nationally inside each country between sectors, or regionally between countries who are transboundary countries. And UNDP actually address water crisis from the governance point of view, because we consider the water crisis is a governance crisis. And the UNDP work in governance focus primarily on the challenges related to SDG 6, which is sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, as Dr. Amal mentioned. So water governance involves collective multi-level actions over water allocation and reallocation, contributing to prosperity and peace by addressing competition and resolving disputes. Effective and equitable water allocation encourages investment and benefit sharing, and ultimately promotes social cohesion. So UNDP water projects and the programs bring a diverse suite of actors together to jointly protect ecosystems and ensure the sustainable use of water and ocean resources to build equitable, inclusive, and sustainable societies. In UNDP, we promote the inclusive growth arrangements that are designed to manage complex trade-offs, to reallocating access across competing water uses, and navigating difficulties, sometimes conflicting policy objectives involving agriculture, energy, health, infrastructure, and investment. As the largest UN agency in the UN family and the largest provider of integrated water resources management solutions in the transboundary context, UNDP is a leading voice in water policy deliberations, while simultaneously improving lives on the ground through long-standing collaboration with governments, UN sister agencies, and other partners, including private sector. So UNDP address water challenges from the governance perspective, focusing on improving the lives of the most vulnerable communities, and through a holistic view of the institutional framework and systems that determine who gets to use water, when and how, and daring to speak up for equitable and efficient use of protection of water resources. We support the multiple stakeholder process and rights-based approach at local, national, and regional levels. We know that governments must develop and implement plans that ensure equitable water access for all people while conserving the precious resources. However, As I mentioned, the often conflicting demands and interests relating to natural resources management require multi-level democratic and transparency process and integrated management for a resolution. We actually focus also in the governance for water on mainstreaming women in and gender perspectives in the water resources management, because we believe that women is affected maybe more than men on water, because any water decisions will affect women in one way or another. So we are encouraging the mainstreaming of gender aspects in water management. Also youth. We encourage the youth to be part of the decision making and to include them in the process of water management, because youth are exposed to technologies that was not available at our age when we were young, and they have visions that's different, and it can help to widen the scope of water management to solve the problems. We have the AIs, we have the mobiles, we have the apps, all this, the satellite images, the GIS systems, all these new techniques was not available 20, 30 years ago. So it's important to include the youth in the water resources management and to help them and promote them to be part of the decision-making process. So, and this is actually led me to the linkage between capacity building, governance, and financing, which the subject of today, because you need to build the capacity of the institutions to use these modern technologies and to build the capabilities and prepare the future leaders of the water agencies to have these tools and mainstream them inside the decision-making process. And this is one of the roles of the education institutions to play, to have a role in preparing the future leaders in water management on how to use this kind of technologies and mainstream them in the decision-making. I will stop here and I'll give the chance to our friends, and we can come back later to this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the overview of how governance really fits into this development and how governance is one of the conduits of sustainable development. And we all know this, but still we have such a hard time to include all the different people, different ages, different backgrounds, different societal interests into a governance system that is inclusive. So I think that's really nice. I see we have our last speaker also on the podium. He was probably running from somewhere, so we couldn't talk in the build-up, but he leads a water program in development in the Islamic Development Bank. Bradley, welcome to the stage. We will give you some time so you can prepare.
And thank you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We are happy that you're here. And I would like to now invite Al-Moeed to give us a view on what his experience is. I think he will talk a bit more. He has a presentation, so can we please have his presentation up on the screen? And I know that he will really make this emphasis on water reuse, because water reuse, of course, is a very important part in desertification.
Thank you so much.
Processes.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير. السلام عليكم. حياكم الله جميعا. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm going to talk about wastewater reuse and how wastewater reuse is very important in land restoration. And in fact, this goes without saying. So we need water to combat land degradation. And we need to look for unconventional water resources, in fact, because we don't have enough water, we don't have enough fresh water to combat land degradation. And how can I...
Just, yes, this one.
Yeah,
No,
the green
okay.
one. Yeah.
So the only water resource that is getting increased is wastewater. Rainwater is getting lower and lower, and groundwater is getting lower and lower because of climate change. But the only source that is getting higher and higher is wastewater. And you see here that Mashriq areas, which is like Morocco, Maghreb, Algeria, Mauritania, Tunisia, look at the quantity of wastewater is getting, as I mentioned, larger and larger. And likewise for, MENA areas, Mashriq area, and JCC as well is getting more and more. So wastewater is essential resource. It is getting more and more. So we need to utilize this important strategic resource. And in fact, I would say most of the countries in the MENA region, they do realize this fact. So we need to utilize treated wastewater for agriculture. And you see this map, very interesting map. You see most of the countries in MENA, they realize the fact that wastewater is quite important, is essential for agriculture. And in many areas across the MENA region, wastewater is being reused, which is very interesting, very promising. And as I mentioned, goes without saying, because we need water for afforestation and for planting trees. And in my country, I'm from Jordan, and my country, we also do realize and did realize this fact. You see, in my country, in 2021, reclaimed wastewater contributes to almost 25% of the water budget. So it's almost 164 million cubic meter. Treated wastewater is being reused for agriculture. And by 2040, the strategic plan is to reach up to 280 million cubic meter treated wastewater. And this is not only in Jordan, this is across the MENA region. So as I mentioned, because this is a strategic resource, there's like a challenge in water, fresh water, so we need to utilize this strategic resource. However, we have a wide variety of wastewater quality across regions, because the water consumption is varied. So, for example, in the quality of wastewater in Jordan, in terms of, for example, BOD or COD, is quite high, because the water is scarce, because the water quantity is quite limited. Whereas if you compare this with Saudi Arabia, where Saudi Arabia here, Saudi Arabia is, KSA is much lower. So the quantity, the quality of wastewater that is getting in is varied. And likewise for the treatment efficiency, because the technologies are varied as well. So, and treated wastewater is everywhere in MENA. Because people, as I mentioned, our countries, they realize that wastewater reuse would improve productivity and would preserve the land cover and would improve the organic content of the soil. And these are the indicators for land degradation. But, and this is the important thing, I would say wastewater reuse is not always contributing to land restoration. Because if we don't reuse wastewater in wisely manner, and considering some very important factors, wastewater reuse could lead to land degradation. And this is very important. And I'd like to bring this up and to highlight this point, in fact. This project, I was involved in this project. And you see, in fact, we took samples from areas where fresh water is being reused for agriculture. And other plots, treated wastewater is being reused for 5 years, where the third plot, treated wastewater, is being used for more than 10 years. And you see, the EC for soil is getting higher and higher. So when treated wastewater is being used for more than 10 years, EC is increasing. Likewise for sodium, for chloride, for SAR, sodium adsorption ratio. And so I just wanted to highlight this fact that wastewater reuse could lead to land degradation. So what's the solution? What's the conclusion? So we don't want to reuse wastewater? No. We need wastewater. Wastewater is, as I mentioned, is very important. It's a strategic source, but we need safe and sustainable wastewater reuse. Agreed? Yes, agreed. So this is that I just wanted to bring this up to highlight, to focus on this fact. We need wastewater. It's a very important resource, strategic resource, but we need sustainable and safe wastewater reuse. And how can we reach to this level? Sustainable and wastewater reuse. In fact, there are lots of procedures, lots of, I would say, strategies that we can follow to have safe and wastewater reuse. I am now involved in one project. It's a Safe Agromina project. In fact, I've been involved in lots of projects that aim to reach to this aim, I would say, safe and wastewater reuse. But I just wanted to highlight this project because it is funded by IHE. So that's why I'm getting this up. This project is Safe Agromina. It's being implemented by Royal Scientific Society, where I'm working, along with IHE Delft, and it's funded by the UPC, I think. Yes, the UPC. And it is a regional project. Egypt is there, Iraq is there, so it is a regional project. And the purpose, the main aim of this project is to reuse wastewater in safely and sustainably manner. So that we can contribute to land restoration, not the other way around. Okay. I'm not going to go through the project in details, but just wanted to highlight 3 main things that we are working on to reach to this aim. So in order to reuse wastewater in safely and sustainably manner, and to contribute in land restoration and to combat land desertification, we are following 3 main strategies. The first one, community-based, natural-based solutions. The second one, capacity development, not building development, capacity development. Sorry for the error here. Capacity development, capacity building. The third one, well governance. So, well governance, capacity development, and community-based, natural-based solutions. Following these 3 strategies, I guarantee you will reach to safely and sustainably wastewater reuse to combat land degradation. So this is community built. There are lots of 3 minutes. There are lots of activities. I'm not going to go through these activities, but we're working on this. So community-based, natural-based solutions. So we need to understand the current practice, how people they are using water, what are the solutions that are people they can operate, they can work on. I'm not going to go through this. Then capacity development. We work with community to build their capacity. We develop like a professional training program, how to treat water, how to develop like community-based solutions, regional training, and then awareness sessions for people, and so on. Lots of activities. I'm not going to go through this, but just wanted to to highlight the capacity development, the importance of capacity development at all levels, at farmers level, at students levels, at youth level, at all levels. The third thing, governance. And governance, there are lots of definitions for governance, but I like the definition of TAP, which is transparency, accountability, and participation. TAP, حنفية, صنبور مياه. TAP, transparency, accountability, and participation. So we need to ensure that the transparency is there. And when we talk about wastewater reuse and treated wastewater, so what is the quality of wastewater? So the farmers have to know the quality of wastewater. And this is quite important. And participation, they have to be part in every single step in the project and in coming up with solutions, and accountability, of course. So we're following lots of strategies, sharing results with the stakeholders, transparency, distributor responsibilities and coordinations, policy dialogues, and so on. So, in conclusion, in a nutshell, wastewater reuse equal to combating land degradation. True or false? Wastewater reuse equals to combating land degradation. True?
Yep.
True? False.
Good.
Time. Safe and sustainable wastewater reuse combating land degradation. True. So wastewater reuse, we need safe and sustainable wastewater reuse to combat land degradation. In other words, wastewater reuse, good governance, TAP, capacity development, awareness sessions, professional training, and so on, equals to combating land degradation. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Al-Moaid. I think you mentioned one very important, or you mentioned several very important aspects, but one strikes me especially because we commissioned a study 2 years ago in New York when I was working for the General Assembly in the UN, and we found out that 1/3 of the government investment in water infrastructure, or water sustainability, or water solutions, and wastewater is among them, 1/3 of the investment that we do, which is meant to improve the world, has a negative externality in an adjacent sector. So
100%.
that was exactly what you mentioned. It is not clear that by only using wastewater, we create an overall benefit. And this is the same holds for water harvesting, for many other activities. And I think this is a key message, and maybe we can also keep that in mind for a little discussion that we can have after our next two speakers. So Bradley, maybe you want to chip in now and say a little bit. I guess you will be more on the finance pillar, but really it's related to building the capacity community that we need to understand those trade-offs. Sure. I mentioned the negative, but there's of course also positive externalities, and I think we want to reap them to speed up the SDG agenda overall, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, and apologies again. The schedule's very busy, but very glad to be here, and thank you to the other speakers, very stimulating. My first job actually was in wastewater reuse as an engineer in Australia, so I can relate to a lot of the challenges you're talking about. So I work with the Islamic Development Bank. We're a South-South development bank, and we support 57 member countries around the world. And I think what's relevant for today, obviously people associate us with financing, which is a big part of our work, but also we do a lot of knowledge generation and exchange. We also do capacity building itself, technical assistance, and also policy support for governments as well. So I think there's a broad range of work that we do, and we work with a lot of partners in those spaces to sort of help support member country requests and then leverage the knowledge and the experiences from other stakeholders. So firstly, I think at COP16, Islamic Development Bank's headquarters are in Jeddah, so not too far from Riyadh here. So we've played quite an important role supporting the kingdom and a lot of the efforts that they're implementing. So firstly, we helped to support Finance Day. Now this I mentioned because we managed to bring, I think, 7 multilateral development banks to this COP, which was sort of a new focus on finance, bringing that into this space, which I think is important and related to what we're talking about today. And also from our side, also raising the profile of Islamic financing modalities, which have potential, I think, to increase to support some of these spaces. Also, the Kingdom announced something called the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership that colleagues may have heard of. And this aims to target 80 of the most vulnerable countries to drought as we move forward. And the Islamic Development Bank committed $1 billion of a line pipeline towards that to 2030. So I think, again, this is a good step. One other thing was that the One Water Summit was held on the sidelines of COP16, and our president issued a joint statement on behalf of multilateral development banks, again, to increase support for water security and drought resilience. So these are some things here that have been quite major. And obviously these are announcements and sometimes they get publicity, but it's really how you implement this on the ground is what is important. A couple of other things at this COP that we've been looking at is something called just land transition. Now, people might have heard of just transition, which is the idea of, as the name suggests, transitioning away from some sort of destructive or sometimes carbon-intensive behaviours towards some sort of green growth state. And this is very common in the energy sector, and people may know the case of transitioning from coal to renewables. But if you think about the land sector, there's many more stakeholders that will be infected than in the energy sector, and many of the colleagues we're talking to here at this COP. And so one question is, even if we look at restoration and other things, our colleague talked about the potential disadvantages of treated wastewater use, even though overall they can be highly beneficial. And so that's an example where we need to make sure we include stakeholders as we transition to new states. Another initiative that we helped to have a session on here, which is quite interesting, was around, it's called the GAFA, the Groundwater Access Facility, which the UNDP has been exploring. And this is first looking at groundwater in the Horn of Africa, which is a region that suffers from recurrent droughts. And I know you mentioned that we're running out of new sources of water, and I completely agree. But some of the deeper groundwater resources are untapped and can be used in a sustainable manner. So there's obviously many sustainable yield challenges. But this is being looked at in the Horn of Africa and then also in the Sahel region. So 2 of the regions that are most affected by drought. There's many more things I could talk about, but I think we also issued something that we call an innovative finance framework for sustainable dryland development. And so what this did was looked at different forms of public, private and blended finance that could support dryland development, because some of the physical challenges but also the stakeholder challenges in drylands are quite unique. And what we looked at was building that framework around recognition that shocks do occur. So droughts, for example, are very common. And how do you manage sustainable development pathways when you're sort of affected from these external shocks periodically? So we divided the framework into 3 phases. Sustainable and resilient development and production, bracing for shock, so recognising that shock will happen and how can you minimise the impacts, and then recovering from the shock, or transitioning back better, we called it. And one thing that, in terms of financing modalities, we also announced something called the Global Takaful Alliance here at the COP16. And Takaful is Islamic insurance. And so this is the last point I'll make, is that the idea of this is that many Muslim communities, particularly smallholder farmers and pastoralists, don't have safety nets. And when they are increasingly hit by droughts and other shocks, they can lose all their livestock or all their crops and then be prone to falling back into poverty. So systems like this, we're hoping, can help reach some of those communities and protect them. And the goal of the Alliance is to reach 100 million people by 2030. So this is an ambitious goal, but I think it demonstrates the different ways that we're trying to support our member countries in this space. I'll stop there and happy to come in later. Thank you, and apologies again.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, Bradley. I think very important work that you and other bank colleagues are doing there. So how to use the money that you can generate or that you can activate to create the wider context. Another fun factor that I have stumbled across lately is I am German. If in Germany we want to reach all the sustainable development goals and indicators, we would have to increase our national budget by 35%. At the moment, we are decreasing national budgets all over the world, or not all over the world, but in many parts of the world. So the money that the banks can generate can actually help to find a community and to leverage those positive and negative externalities, because I see that as the only real, in many parts of the world, this is the only way we can now speed up sustainable development. With new money, it might work in some parts of the world, but overall, it will not work. So I think this is exactly what you're doing, and thanks for that. So our last speaker, before we want to also turn really to the audience, is Eddie. Eddie has been leading really the education and capacity development parts in water, you can say, over the past 10 years as the rector of the IHE. And I think he wants to add a few points to the discussion now, also related to education, networks, and partnerships, please.
Thank you very much, Johannes. And I also would like to thank the former speakers there, because I think they already indicated how important it is to have capacity. And I would like to stress that a little bit more. Would like to start a little bit at the global level and then looking downwards at the more local level, what is needed. In 2020 already it was recognized that we needed a framework with a number of accelerators. That's the SDG 6 accelerator framework that was introduced. In there are the three parts that we're talking about today: capacity development, governance and finance. But there are five. So the other two are innovations and also on data. And maybe you recognized already from the presentations from the other speakers that those two are interwoven in I think, what we require. Now, why is this framework of accelerator pillars so important? And that is because we do see that if we want to achieve the SDG 6 objectives, we need a push. Especially in push that pushes water further, because water is actually at a starting point often, or a critical thing to have or to manage if you want to also, for example, look at poverty, at food, at energy, at transportation, but also on the development in cities. So in all those cases, water is some sort of a starting principle that you have to have in order to do that. And to have it in order is talking about a sustainable way of using water, but also about inclusivity. And inclusivity not only for humans, but also including the environment that is a part of that. Now, what we see happening actually, and that's my personal observation, is that I see also before we had the conference taking place in New York in 2023, that it's, I think, broadly recognized that we need to do something about capacity development. And I think also here today on stage, we agree that we have to do something there. Also, what we see is that the world is changing quite fast. Also, insights are changing fast. I think it's quite nice to learn about the project about the reuse of water, that we have to be careful to do that. I think also on the financing side, I think it's important to learn that there are new facilities coming abroad, but also on the governance side, there are new policies that are being developed and implemented. But I think if you really want to use them and not want to use them in a way where we slowly increase what we're doing, we need to take jumps. So we need to overstep a little bit what we have been doing in the past. And I also appreciate a little bit what Ahmad was saying. And I'm also in that generation. It's the baby boomers. We're slowly leaving stage. And we need new people joining on stage. And new people are, and that was also what Ahmed mentions, is youth, and in some sectors, women, because women are, I think, also a part of society that can help us to overcome some of those problems. But we should also capacitate those people. And so we need to invest in them to do that. Now, I really like a study that was done in Canada about the investment and the benefits that you get from capacity. In this study, it shows already that if you invest in your own study, or if you invest in the study of your children, maybe the later is better than in your own, but if you invest in the study of your children, you get a return that is 3 times actually the investment that you make. And that's just because you will benefit from a higher salary, you will often benefit from a better health. Your kids may end up less often in a difficult situation that leads maybe to crime. But it's not only that one, it's also the investment that you do and the benefit that you get for society. And that is in different parts. One is on, say, the financing side, because mostly those people will generate more taxes, income, which you can then also invest again in public needs that are there, but also in health, as well as in the community-driven efforts that are taking place. So if you look at this $1 that you invested in a personal education change at the end of the line, you often get a multiplier of 300 there. So in that way, I think it's an easy thing to consider as an investment. But that's not always happening. And I think that's a reason for that as well. One of that is that return on investment can take a long time. So it's not always easy to add it actually in a long-term investment. Although I see a development in there where there is an on-the-job training. So for example, if there is an investment in a new infrastructure, then related to that investment, you also have an on-the-job training. What is lacking is actually that you also need an investment in capacity where people can make a right decision which infrastructure you want to invest in the first place. But also, you need people to know that if this infrastructure comes to the end of their lifetime, how to invest in new infrastructure. Should you upgrade it? Should you go to a new investment? Or should you look for another solution there? And this investment in capacity is much more difficult. Sometimes it's done to the Ministry of Education, but personally I think we also need a dedicated investment in education in the water sector to capacitate people making those decisions. So I would like to plea, and I do see a good amount of willingness there, but I also would like to plea actually that we think about how we can make sure that this investment is taking place. I'm quite happy about the effort also from UNDP side, and you mentioned it just on the sideline, but I think it's a quite important part. This is about leadership training. It's about how to guide people on leadership. But I also fully agree with what mentioned by the others, is that you need this capacity development at the different levels as well. Because I also think that it's important that we get a bigger workforce in the water sector. I know that the salaries are not always the most appealing part there, but what I do hope that maybe we could rethink a little bit about the salary side, but I do hope that water is becoming such an important issue, and I believe it is, that you like to talk about that also when you have a coffee table with your grandfather or your grandmother or your young children, and that you say, look, I'm working in the water sector, super interesting, and I would like you to become interested as well in water, and by that creating an interest and hopefully also a capacity that I think we urgently need in the water sector. With that, I would like to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Eddie, for your ask, for your plea. And you have touched upon 2 or 3 really important things. The one thing that I will take away is I will return home after this session, and I am sure my children will all stand there and say, hey, Dad, can you increase our pocket money? And this time I would say yes, because it's a 3-to-1 investment. But joke aside, I think that this idea, how can we create a more interconnected knowledge community around capacity, finances, and how we can govern systems that are more sustainable, not only for people but also for the whole system. I think that is so important because we often see that we have good ideas, we have good investments, but then we create runaway costs for maintenance or externalities that we haven't even thought about in the moment when we came up with a good solution. And I think this is what strangulates some of the old economies at the moment in the world, the runaway costs or follow-up costs that were not really thought about when there was a spirit of, okay, let's do something. And I can speak for my own home context. In Germany, we have at the moment more than 10,000 motorway and railway bridges that need to be refurbished or reconstructed. They were all, after the war, Germany was a mess. We had no infrastructure. We had a very good economy. We built 60,000 bridges in a couple of years' time in Germany. Really nice development, but now all the stuff is aging. And now we have to think, how do we deal with this stuff? So this is just one little reminder of this discussion here. How can we create, and now this was an infrastructure road example, but it is the same for smart land management, for creating long-term stable ecosystems that give us services and decrease our long investment costs that we have to fix the mess once we have done it. But now I'd like to thank the panelists again, and I would like to also see if there's somebody in the audience who has a question or who has a contribution to the discussion here. And I see already one hand up. Can we have a microphone here, please? Can you briefly say who you are and introduce?
Sure, sir. My name is Omar Oda. I'm the UNDP Senior Advisor to the Deputy Ministry of Water in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. First of all, thank you very much for being here and for the very informative and interesting session. My interference could be a little bit weird, and what I'm going to talk now is a bit could be really weird and strange, but I want to put it in your table and I want to see how you're interactive on this. We are living in a region that we have people living here in a very harsh environment. It's been dry land at least for the last 10 years, and people are surviving. They produce their food, they got their water, they know what to cultivate, when and how, and they know how to survive in this dry land. This is experience, I believe it's have been lost, never documented in our elite water environment, water people or water professional. Barely find people talking about native practices, I want to call it this way. And we try to come, fall to them from the sky, telling them what to do. And this is for me completely weird. Why are we doing that? These people been here, living, surviving, protecting their land, producing their food, adapting to their environment. How much we document that, how much we try to help them to continue these practices. I believe that the water elite people, ourselves, including myself here, we haven't done that. We haven't done that right, and we're still coming back to them and telling them, you know, you have to do that. We need to build a new dam here. You have to be conserved. You have to use micro-irrigation. You have to use subsurface irrigation. I'm telling you an example. I remember my father a long time ago. He called me when I was 17 years old, and he told me, Omar, get me pipes, and I need some rocks. And he started in our backyard garden in Gaza, and he did by himself using a nail, heated in this, and put a pipe, plastic pipe, on the ground, and he put the rock around it, and asked me to cover it, and we have our garden running forever. And the funny things for it, do you know what he used to irrigate under the ground? He used our what they call the gray water from the house. This has been practiced by my father 35 years ago, before I know anything about water myself. I was a high school student. So what I want to say here is straightforward. All of us, including banks, including the project, before giving lessons and lectures to the farmers, we have to listen to them first and give them the enablers to enhance their practice, not to force our knowledge on them. If we did that, we can maintain the sustainability and we can protect our land in a much more advanced approach. And there is a saying in Arabic, I will say it, but it's a very common statement here. أهل مكة أدرى بشعابها. The way I try to translate it, people living in Mecca, they know how to move between the mountainous area around it and how to deal with it. So I want to hear from you about this, and if that's something of an interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is about traditional knowledge and community involvement, and I'm sure Ahmed will comment this in a moment. I want to make one amendment or so to what you have said, because you speak now from your role that you have here. But then if we look into other parts of the world, we have changed agricultural systems or landscape for more than 1,000 years. If you look at Europe, for example, the Romans have deforested Europe. So that was 2,000 years ago. So in some areas, we are so much locked into drainage. We have drained all the northern European soils, all the CO2 holding capacity there is gone, the biodiversity suffers from that. So it is one thing to tap into those good knowledges and good practices where we are still close enough so that the traditional way can work. But we have asked our farmers in Germany for the last 50 years, produce more, produce cheaper, we don't care how. And then the farmers are already locked into a path-dependent way. They have invested all their money in machinery. They've cut down all the trees on their farm. So the farmers are locked into a deadly cycle of price pressures. And just as an example to where, yes, we need to listen to the farmers, but also we need to help the farmers to break out of the path dependency that the society has pushed them into. And now we talk about farmers, but we could also talk about other sectors that are related with water. But Ahmed, please, I'm just your moderator. So.
Yeah, I think I agree and disagree with you in this, Dr. Omar, because yes, I agree that we cannot ignore our end user because this is our beneficiaries. So they have to be included. They are the end user of any decision that you are taking. They are the one who will be affected on that. So they have to be part of the decision-making process. We cannot impose on them a certain solution and ask them, you have to do that. They will not do it unless they are part of it. So the smart policy is how to convince the farmers to change their attitude towards water. Because, to be honest, we cannot anymore, with this scarcity of water, to allow farmers to use 2,000 liters to produce 1 kilogram of tomato. Because while there are some other technologies that use only 200 liters. Mm-hmm. You are in the scarce region, so you have to change your attitude and you have to use the modern technology, but you cannot impose it. You have to introduce it and let them own the idea. Let them part of the solution. And this is the governance, how to bring the end user to be part of the decision maker and let he or she decide that we need to move to that direction because they part of the problem. They know, they aware about the scarcity we have. So they will search with you about solution, like what you mentioned. We need to produce more with less water. How we can do that? Let us think about it, and let us bring all farmers to. And this is actually the success story of the water user associations, because you cannot work, especially in. I will speak about Egypt. We have a land tenure problem, the fragmentation of the land with half hectare, not even half hectare, it's 1/10 of a hectare in most of the area. So you cannot speak to all this, but what you can do is to bring them in groups, which is called water user associations, and each water user association will speak about with the extension people about how they will distribute the water in this canal, what kind of crops they will raise, what kind of irrigation systems they will use. And the government role is to help them implement that. We should help them to find financial resources, because sometimes these technologies needs resources. So you have to provide them with some soft loans, some even grants to help them improve, but they will be willing to move if they will be part of the solution. This is my conclusion. Over.
Yep.
Yeah, we have two more reactions, and then from the floor.
Maybe a very short part. I think you can't make a general statement. I think it depends on the region where you are. In some regions, you have to go for a very efficient form of farming. I think in other regions, I think there's a reason that we should think about how we can look at the traditional ways of using it. And often these traditional ways are linked to a very sustainable way for that particular area. So as long as there are no other big inputs in that area, then I think that way could be a very efficient one. And sometimes if those changes are too big, you have to make a change. I like the word fusion sometimes. I don't know if you like to cook, but I think it's nice actually to mix traditional ways of cooking with new ways. And I think we should try to do that also in the agriculture area and other areas. And the last thing I want to say, I'm also the president of the Water Museum Network globally. And there we are very interested also to showcase more the traditional ways how people were working and using. And some traditional water systems are still in place, also from the Romans, also in Morocco and other parts, also here in the area. You have quite nice groundwater systems that I think can still contribute to how we are using water in a way. And I think it's nice to keep the good things and see how we can improve some things where we need another input there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's some very good examples of community initiatives which can then be scaled, right? So as you said, if you come up with a local solution, instead of something coming from the outside and being imposed, there's cases in Niger. One of the most successful on-farm tree cover increases come from Niger, from community-led initiatives. And also my PhD research, I looked at China, and this was a case where they restored landscapes on very large scales, but they were often based on modernizing traditional approaches. For example, gullies were eroded, and local people would put rocks and things down to stop the erosion coming down. This would then create a lake initially, which they put in aquaculture. Eventually the erosions kept filling up. Now this was a new field for them to plant. And so these sorts of ideas were then formalized and supported. Two last points. Access to finance. Often people don't have access to finance, so we try to work with that. So that can help local communities. And then the last one is climate change now sometimes is imposing such drastic changes and shock events and droughts that local communities need some support there. So agree with what you're saying, and just different ways to support that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We have from the floor.
Fawaz Al-Ghamdi, the Executive Director for the Water Academy, the Academy arm for the Saudi Water Authority. First of all, thank you for your session. Actually, we get a lot of things. But I need to just make a comment for Dr. Omar. As a training arm for the Saudi Water Authority, we know the training and the education is the most important part. and the exchange the knowledge between I will call it the expert and other countries is very important. I remember I have a session with Dr. Ahmed, and our session about how to build the future leaders or the experts in the water sector. In Saudi Arabia, we have the biggest productions. We are producing almost 15 million cubic meter. We have 14,000 kilometers of pipeline. We have more than 150 purification stations. But we don't stop that. We are calling the experts like you to come and give some ideas, which we can build on it. And inshallah, today also we have I will call it the MOU with the IHE to exchange the knowledge between the Saudi Arabia and the Holland, and also to improve the purifications and the people here in Saudi Arabia, technician, operator, or engineer in the water sector. Thank you again, and thank you for everything you mentioned in your session.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your comment, and I think that I have seen a lot of good developments in this COP. I'm a water and climate person, and I hadn't originally been to CCD COPs because it wasn't my topic. But we also realized, especially in the UN Water Conference and in the climate COPs, in the FCCC COPs, that we cannot resolve the water problems or any other problems, food, land use, if we keep in our sectorized communities. It is like traditionally in mathematics, if we have a problem, we have a differential equation. We like to break it down and then we get the solution. But the question of how do we get to sustainability needs an analytical, inclusive solution, not a differential equation. And I think that now we start with this. The finance people come here. We have this interconnection between the water sector and the land use and the climate people. So finally we start to get it. And I think it is a really nice development. Thank you for organizing this also here. And yeah, I don't know, is there any other contribution or question? Yeah, here please, can we have a microphone here?
Good morning, and thank you so much for those nice lectures or discussion from all panelists. I'm Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, King Faisal University. I really like the idea of invest in youth, in younger people, because this is our future and our perspective, definitely. And in order also to find a real solution, we need, I think we need to use a participatory approach to build capacity and to develop communities and so on. So my question to panelists, is there any possibility to use AI in order to expand the training and to benefit from the capacity building? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We have to stop the session. I've been told we have the next session starting soon. I think it's organized by the World Bank and SWA. It will be an interesting discussion. I think if you can stay and you're interested, you can stay if you're interested. I would like to thank the audience for the interest and the speakers for all the good insights, and maybe we can walk away here really with a reinforced idea of how we can integrate the different finance, knowledge, and governance discussions into in the end, participatory, integrative networks. I think this would be nice, and I am sure we will all stay in contact to work on this, also with the MOU that we will sign today. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to our next session. It is organized by the SWA and World Bank, titled Towards Green Desalination, Lessons from KSA and Other MENA Countries. The moderator is Mr. Adnan Ghosha, Senior Water and Sanitation Specialist at the World Bank. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here in this morning, Thursday morning, after we have learned the news that Saudi Arabia is organizing in 2034 World Cup. So we're all excited about this, not only Saudis. So we have an interesting session today. Again, my name is Adnan Ghoshe. I will be walking through the different lineup of speakers that we have. And we have very interesting presentations. The goal is to understand green desalination, how are countries moving to green desalinations, what are the different experiences, both in terms of challenges, but also the opportunities for moving into more sustainable, more efficient desalination. And after we hear from the presentations, we will then go into a panel discussion that will be moderated by Michael Haney, so we can learn how the experiences that we have learned today can then be applicable, replicable in other MENA countries or elsewhere. So without further ado, let me start, and since this is a joint event together between the Saudi Water Authority and the World Bank, let me ask both actually Nawaf and Miski from both institutions to come to the stage to deliver our opening remarks. And let's start with you, Nawaf.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nawaf Al-Munif from the Saudi Water Authority. I would like to welcome you to Riyadh. I hope you're enjoying your time here as well as at the COP16. Today, together with our partners at the World Bank, we discuss green desalination. Saudi Arabia currently desalinates around 15 million cubic meters per day of water, which underscores our nation's commitment to overcoming challenges posed by our arid climate. At the Saudi Water Authority, our daily efforts are focused not on just maintaining this supply and improving it in ways that are sustainable and environmentally friendly. We understand that the future of water management hinges on innovation. That's why we are deeply invested in research and development. Our initiatives go beyond traditional methods. We're exploring new technologies and regulations that enhance the efficiency of desalination, reducing energy consumption, minimizing the environmental impact. Our commitment extends to creating an incubating environment where entrepreneurs as well as inventors in the water sector could make their ideas come true. We believe that the brightest minds can unlock solutions to our water challenges by establishing the Saudi Water Innovation Center in the Eastern region. We encourage collaboration between universities, industries, government, fostering an ecosystem where ideas can flourish into practical applications. Therefore, we are pioneering with our international partners, such as the World Bank, to refine desalination processes in a green way. Our aim is to transform desalination into a more sustainable practice, reducing its carbon footprint and making it an essential tool in the global fight against water scarcity and desertification. But our vision doesn't stop there. We are also focusing on policy innovation, advocating for water conservation at every level of society, from agriculture to industry to individual household. Education awareness is very important to empower our people to contribute to a sustainable water use. In conclusion, the Saudi Water Authority isn't just managing a resource. We are refining it to a sustainable future. Our efforts in research and innovation and partnership are not just for today's needs, but generations to come. Together, we are not only combating water scarcity, we are shaping the future, where water is abundant, accessible, and preserved for all. Thank you for your attention, and thanks to our partners at the World Bank for co-hosting this session. Here's Miski.
Yeah. Thank you, Nawaf. And I'm really pleased to be here today together with Nawaf from the Saudi Water Authority. This is a very exciting event for us to be hosting a very important conversation. I think most of us have spent the last few days here at the COP talking a lot about challenges in due to climate change, especially water security. A lot of conversations around the threat of water security from MENA in particular, given that we are the most water scarce region in the world. But I'm really excited about this session because the conversation, as Nawaf said, is going to be about solutions. And innovative solutions. You know, when I travel together with our colleagues at the World Bank, when we travel across the region, we hear a lot of hope and ambition that is placed on desalination. You know, a lot of our clients recognize that water scarcity is a huge challenge and that desal is really the solution. But they also worry about two things. I hear a lot about concerns around the environmental impacts, especially the way in which traditional desal has been done, and then, of course, the costs. And what we know about, as Nawaf explained, in Saudi Arabia, there's been so much innovation and that tries to tackle both of these issues. And I think Saudi is a leader in the green desal agenda that is really opening up an opportunity for our clients around the world, because we'll focus on how do we reduce energy consumption, how do we bring in solar energy, alternative energy, and how, of course, do we manage brine. So these are very big challenges in the past that I think Saudi has come up with some innovative methods for addressing them. And of course, we have other clients around the region who have also managed to bring in innovation that's of huge interest. I'd like to conclude by saying that, you know, the whole green desalination agenda, the innovation that it brings really aligns with us at the World Bank. We have a new World Bank Group strategy on water that focuses on three areas. One is the focus on water for the planet. I think green desal really is a way for minimizing the environmental impact and ensuring that we have sustainable ecosystems and ensure that our planet remains thriving. And the second area is water for people. As we know, having clean, safe water access is a huge challenge when we are in a world of water scarcity. But desal, again, offers healthy water and improves the quality of life for millions and millions of people. And finally, it's I think this is kind of a newer area, is water for food and the application of desal in agricultural production. This is a very new area, and I'm really looking forward to hearing how desal can be used. And I know, like in the GCC, many countries are starting to pioneer this. So I would like to conclude by saying a huge word of thanks to the Saudi Water Authority. They've been our partners in organizing this event, but also we have a deep partnership with them, a new one on the desal partnership agenda that we are mutually learning from one another. So I'd really like to acknowledge the quality of the relationship that we have developed. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miski. Thank you, Nawaf. Good. So we're going to be having 4 exciting presentations now. So let me walk you through the presentations, the titles, the speakers before they do. and then we will get them, we'll hear to them. So the first presentation is going to be from Marcos Wisher, the lead water resource management specialist at the World Bank, talking about the desalination in MENA. From our World Bank experience, what is the state of desalination in the various MENA countries? What are the aspirations for the future? What are the challenges? So this will be the first presentation. This will be followed then by a presentation specific on the Saudi experience, zooming into desalination in KSA, delivered by Firas Al-Thunaynan, the General Manager for Sustainability in the Saudi Water Authority, where we will learn about the innovations in desalination, particularly addressing the environmental impacts in terms of brine management, decoupling energy and water, the future for also energy efficiency, renewables, and so on. Then we have an exciting presentation from Malta that will be delivered by Manuel Sapiano, the Chief Executive Officer of the Energy and Water Authority, where we're going to be hearing about the experience of Malta, how they have been increasing the efficiency in desalination with innovations, but also looking at the blend of desalination within the water mix. So the presentations are flowing nicely into a storyline. And finally, based on the practical experiences that we will be hearing from the World Bank and from the different countries, we'll end up with a presentation about the environmental impacts of desalination delivered by Muhammad Dawood, Director of Water Resource Department in the Environmental Agency of Abu Dhabi, where he's going to be talking from a theoretical and scientific perspective about the challenges and the future prospects for the solutions in desalination. So let's start with you, Marcos. Thank you.
Thanks, Adnan. And also a pleasure to be here this morning and also to be able to make some introductory remarks. It really draws on some work that we're doing at the moment, which is looking at what is the role of the World Bank in terms of supporting our clients as they start to think about how to adapt to some of the challenges associated with water scarcity and also climate change. Desalination, as Meski said, is clearly an important part of that adaptation response. And over the last decade or two, there have been a number of innovative sort of developments that have changed the nature and the accessibility to desalination. And so what I'd like to do is reflect on a position paper that we're currently working on, should be ready in the first half of next year. And that position paper is really intended to reflect on the context here in the Middle East and North Africa, some of the challenges that our client countries are facing, and then what is it that both they can do and how can the World Bank support in that journey. And the partnership that we have with the Saudi Water Authority is a very important part of that position paper, drawing on the lessons both in terms of the evolution of the desalination sector here in Saudi Arabia, but also what are the lessons that are relevant for some of our client countries. I don't think it will come as a surprise to anybody in this forum that water scarcity is one of the key challenges across the region. We often talk about the climate context, but there are a number of other driving factors, principally amongst which is population growth and increasing demand. So not only are we seeing more people, but we're seeing increasing levels of income, and with that come increasing consumption and also societal expectations around access to some of these critical services. When we look at the region, we see that there's a very high proportion of both the population and the economic activity that is generated in these areas with water stress. And so developing more reliable sources of water going forward are going to be critical to ensuring that sort of sustained social and economic development. The other thing that we wanted to highlight from this slide is just to show the relationship between the per capita water availability and the income classifications that we use within the World Bank. So you can see on the chart there, all of the countries within the Middle East and North Africa is shown, the majority of which are either today well below the threshold of 500 cubic meters per person, which defines absolute scarcity. For those that are sitting just above the margin, I think the long-term population projections show that they will soon be moving into absolute scarcity. The other interesting point, I think, is looking at that income group. So desalination in the past has been traditionally the purview of the high-income countries, such as we see here in Saudi and the Gulf states. But what we're seeing over the last couple of years as countries are facing increasing challenges is that our middle-income clients are increasingly looking towards desalination as a solution to improving water security. And then even in the fragile, conflict-affected states, we see desalination as an important part of the water mix. Conversations taking place in Yemen, both between the World Bank and our colleagues there, but also Saudi Arabia looking to support some of those efforts in terms of some of that knowledge transfer and the expertise and the experience. So when we start to look at that transition and the implications of those income classifications, it raises a number of important considerations. Again, these are challenges that are being faced today, but when we look forward in terms of projections over the next sort of 20 or 30 years, we see that all of the countries across the Middle East, North Africa, are going to face increasingly significant risks associated with exposure to water scarcity. And so adaptation measures like desalination that are long-run investments, it takes time to put into place. We need to start the process of supporting countries in developing that infrastructure and that capacity. We already see this taking place. So the Middle East, North Africa region is leading globally in terms of desalination. So here you can see both the total capacity at the global level as well as the distribution between the two technology types. Interesting to note the overall contribution from MENA, again driven primarily by the countries in the GCC, but we are seeing increasing sort of transition into those middle and low income countries. The other interesting thing I think to note, and I'll be curious to hear from our colleagues on the panel, is you can see a shift in the mix. And so moving away from traditional sort of thermal technologies into more sustainable membrane technologies. And again, the region here is leading in terms of some of those, the research and development, as well as the innovations associated with those. With those technology transitions, the cost has come down significantly. And so what we see today in some of the new plants that are being developed, the cost per cubic meter is competitive with some of the other traditional sources of water that populations have traditionally relied on. One of the other interesting elements, I think, to keep in mind in terms of historical barriers around the cost of providing desalinated water is looking at the cost that the poor traditionally would pay for private supply of water. So if you're off the network, the experience across MENA, but also globally, shows that you're paying a much higher per capita price per cubic meter. In many cases, that's now lower than the per cubic meter cost that we would see from desalination. And so there's an interesting transition that's taking place in terms of the role of desalination. That notwithstanding, we see a number of challenges, and this is the last slide that we sort of reflecting on in terms of the position paper going forward and the role of the World Bank Group in providing support to our clients. I've already touched on the issues associated with the financial sustainability and the access. When we look at issues across the water sector in the Middle East and North Africa, as with many other regions, heavily subsidized and relying on government subsidies to cover the full cost associated with the existing networks. The introduction of desalination will obviously increase that fiscal burden, and so we are looking at ways to see in which we can help to bring down either the cost of private capital or providing direct financial support going forward. There are also some important sort of system-wide efforts that need to be addressed. So when we look at many of the countries in which we are supporting, the rates of non-revenue water are quite significant. I was in a discussion last week where they were talking about 70% of the water going into the network is lost. So I don't think anybody in this room would be giving away 70 cents out of every dollar, but that's effectively what's happening with some of the networks, particularly in those areas where the networks are old and outdated, where there's intermittent supply, which makes the management of those urban supply systems very challenging. And so we need to be working in parallel, not only on augmenting the supply through desalination, but making sure the systems that are receiving that water are optimized from an efficiency perspective. I think we also see on the energy side a number of very interesting transitions. Again, the introduction of renewable energy. I think we see the transition that's taking place here in Saudi Arabia, as well as other states in the Gulf countries, helping to bring down some of those costs and also to reduce the carbon footprint associated with desalination. We've just finished some interesting work in Libya, working with the general desalination company there. I was in Tripoli a couple of weeks ago with colleagues looking at what the implications would be if they could increase the efficiency of their existing plant and move some of that onto renewable energy. So they could save somewhere in the order of $680 million a year simply in avoided fuel costs, but also reduce the carbon footprint quite significantly. And so there are opportunities there not only to reduce the impact, improve the environmental sustainability, but potentially also to access some of the climate financing that's increasingly available. We also interesting opportunities around leveraging the synergies with green hydrogen. A number of countries in the region are looking to take advantage of that evolution in terms of the technology and use that to subsidize some of the costs associated with desalination. The last two elements, the environment and social, I think we see historically the environmental impacts and the footprint associated with desalination. We're raising a number of concerns over the years. We've seen improvements in the technology associated. The renewable energy we've already touched upon. I think when we look at some of the adaptations around intakes and the discharge of brine, we see those environmental considerations being managed much more effectively. Having said that, when we look at the projected increase in the development of capacity, particularly in some of the closed marine systems where circulation is somewhat limited, then we see a need to be able to look at some of the long-term planning and what might those cumulative impacts be. And there are obviously differences across the region, whether you're looking in the Gulf, whether you're looking at those plants along the Mediterranean coast, or whether you're looking at those along the Atlantic coast. The last point I would mention is around the sectoral governance. And so what we see, again, in some of those countries that have traditionally relied on surface and groundwater, there's a governance issue. So how can those countries best integrate the introduction of desalination into those institutional frameworks? Quite often the desalination plants are developed at the municipal level, whereas the traditional water resources, surface and groundwater, are managed by the ministries, basin authorities, or other agencies. And so there's an important consideration there about managing that transition and making sure that that hydrological cycle and the water balance is optimized from the long-term sustainable perspective. And so with that, I'm looking forward to hearing from colleagues on the panel and delving into some of these details further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcos. My main takeaway is that the trend is that desalination is growing, and it's going to continue to grow. The technology is shifting, and it's becoming more affordable, more environmentally friendly. Let's hear from the Saudi experience, how they're pioneering the future of desalination.
Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and distinguished delegates and esteemed guests. It is a privilege to be here with you today at COP16. This event is a powerful reminder that for our shared responsibility to tackle pressing challenges of our time, from land degradation to water scarcity. Let's begin by exploring the unique geographic challenges of Saudi Arabia and how it's managing water as a critical resource. Saudi Arabia faces significant challenges in managing water. First, arid desert conditions. 2/3 of the country is desert, which severely limits natural water availability. Second, low annual rainfall. Saudi Arabia receives only 59 millimeters of rain per year, far below the global average of 990 millimeters. And finally, limited groundwater supplies. Aquifers recharge very slowly due to the absence of surface water and the arid climate. These factors highlight the need for alternative solutions to meet the country's water demand. This is where desalination comes in as a transformative solution for Saudi Arabia. Desalination has become the most viable option for Saudi Arabia. It is essential to sustainably meet growing water demands, reduce dependence on limited groundwater resources, and ensure long-term water security through innovation and reuse. But how exactly does desalination address these challenges? Desalination supplies 75% of Saudi Arabia's potable water, ensuring reliable supply for a growing population and economy. By 2030, our population is expected to grow from 35 million to 60 million, increasing daily water demand from 13.9 to 18.7 million cubic meters of water. Desalination allows us to meet this demand sustainably, reducing the reliance on fragile groundwater reserves and ensuring climate-resilient water supply. Let's now take a brief look at Saudi Arabia's journey in desalination. Our journey began in 1907 with a coal-fired distillation machine in Jeddah. By 1926, King Abdulaziz introduced large seawater distillation machines to meet growing needs. In 1965, the General Administration of Seawater Desalination was established, and by 1969, the Al-Wajh and Dhiba plants began operation. These milestones positioned Saudi Arabia as a leader in desalination. And from these beginnings, we've made significant strides in efficiency and innovation. In 1978, Saudi Arabia launched its first reverse osmosis plant in Jeddah, signaling a shift toward energy efficiency. By 2019, the Jubail plant became the largest producer of desalinated water, with an overall capacity of 1.4 million cubic meter of water a day. In 2020, we achieved a global milestone, reducing energy consumption to 2.34 kilowatts hour per cubic meter, an 85% reduction. And in 2024, the Saudi Water Authority was established to drive innovation and sustainability in water management. One key focus has been integrating renewables into desalination. We are prioritizing the integration of renewable energy into desalination to reduce emission, to cut costs, and ensure long-term sustainability. Key solar projects include the Al-Khafji plant, which uses 10 megawatts of solar PV system to reduce around 12,400 tons of CO2 annually, and the Jubail RO plant, which employs a 55 megawatt system to cut 311,000 tons of CO2 annually. In addition to the current 120 megawatts of installed renewable capacity in desalination, we have 66.6 megawatts of solar projects under development and 196 megawatts already approved. These new projects will further expand our renewable energy capacity, reinforcing our efforts to power desalination sustainably. And by 2025, we aim to reduce annual CO2 emissions to 22.8 million tons, cutting approximately 37 million tons from our 2018 baseline of 60 million tons. These initiatives demonstrate our commitment to achieving 30% renewable energy in desalination and supporting our net zero emission goal by 2060. To reduce desalination's carbon footprint, we are transitioning to energy-efficient reverse osmosis systems, cutting energy by almost 80%. Outdated plants like Yanbu 1 have been replaced with modern facilities like Yanbu 3, saving 2.05 million tons of CO2 annually. Switching from liquid fuel to natural gas at Yanbu 3 will cut emissions by another 4.59 million tons annually. And in addition to these actions, we're scaling the use of RO technology across the kingdom. We are rapidly transitioning to reverse osmosis technology, cutting energy use by 80%. Energy consumption has dropped from 15 to 2.3 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. Already, 8 out of the 13 thermal plants have been replaced or upgraded to RO. And by 2027, RO will account for 83% of desalination production, reducing reliance on thermal processes and enhancing sustainability. And finally, let's see how these efforts translate into a broader impact. We have demonstrated that it is not just about commitments and ambitions, it's about real actions. With over 30 desalination plants producing 11.5 million cubic meters daily, we've reduced carbon emissions by 27.3 million tons annually. Additionally, 65% of our sourcing comes from local suppliers, driving economic growth. And with a capex of 2,700 Saudi riyal per cubic meter, we're setting new benchmarks for sustainability, efficiency, and innovation in water management. Thank you, everyone, for your attention and for your time.
Thank you, Faraz. Very interesting numbers and very ambitious plans also for the future. Thank you very much. Manuel, you want to talk us through the Maltese experience?
So good morning to all, excellencies, guests, and I will present an outlook on desalination and integration of desalination in water management from Malta. First of all, the context. Malta is a small island with a semi-arid climate, so similar, I would say, hydrological considerations to the whole Mediterranean and also the Gulf. But let's say with a high population density, which at least if we compare with EU levels, we have the highest population density in the European Union, which accounts for around 1,700 people per square kilometer, coupled with the lack of natural water availability, which is less than 100 cubic meters per person per year. This creates an issue of stress and unavailability. And if we look at non-conventional water resources and desalination, seawater in particular, particularly in a context of an island which is surrounded by the sea, we see that our reliance on the sea for water goes back actually to 1867 to address extremely dry years where seawater was boiled to produce fresh water in the most highly populated hotspots of water demand in the island. And even back then, we find reported that condensed water is an expensive luxury. So the context of energy and cost start actually coming in as well. And if we look at our water production and our data from our water production from the 1940s onwards, we can see that, let's say, on a large-scale basis, on the level of Malta, we had the introduction of thermal, so multi-stage flash distillers in the early 1960s and subsequently reverse osmosis in the 1980s. And this is a graph which will go through quite strongly in the presentation. So, by the 1960s, groundwater was not sufficient to meet demand, and therefore we see the first commercial scale water desalination. However, a link between water production and energy, the increase in the price of oil, particularly related to crises in beyond the shores of Malta. And let's say in the early 70s and late 70s, resulted in a high cost of water and therefore spelled, let's say, the end of multi-stage flash, which required significant energy levels. Returning to groundwater was not feasible. In fact, this led to the collapse of the aquifers, high salinity, and production was reduced, leading to a widespread water rationing. And if we look at the beginning, let's say at the beginning of the 80s, we did had protests, people protesting because of lack of water availability. Water was rationed actually 2-3 times a week. And here is where desalination came in. 1983 was our first plant in Arlapsi, a small plant, 20,000 cubic meters per day, but in the early 1980s that was a large commercial, and this was one of the largest plants in the world, definitely in the Mediterranean. And a link with this conference is that actually this plant was supported by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Development Fund, and this was also, I would say, an exchange of experience, looking at the experience of desalination in Saudi Arabia itself. Some details on the plant, so 69 bar, 35% recovery. Already had some initial consideration to energy recovery with the technology which was available back then. Meeting demand meant that we had to increase desalination capacity. A plant in 1983, so another plant, brackish water, a further plant in 1986, 1988 and 1944, the largest plant in Pembroke, and we reached a maximum production capacity of 112,000 cubic meters per day by the early 1990s. However, unfortunately, even with those increases, water supply security was an issue. And we started to achieve water supply security when we started integrated production, so a production approach with water demand management, with leakage management in the network. We reached a peak of water production in the early 90s, almost 400 liters per person per day, when consumption was just over 100 liters per person per day. Leakage levels were over 60% of what was being put in the network, and that was definitely unsustainable. A conjunctive approach of leakage management and water supply augmentation, water supply diversification was started. This is still the cornerstone of Malta's water policy today. And let's say today, with an increased population and a higher standard of living compared to the 1990s, we're meeting water supply security with a production which ranges around 65% of what we were producing in the 1990s. And therefore, this shows that this management of water demand through this two-pronged approach actually works. And here is where the Nexus approach comes in. We're looking at the links between energy and water, energy to produce water, energy and water and nature. So linkages of managing brine discharges, and different aspects, and therefore the need for having cohesive policies. And if we look at the energy and water nexus, one thing is energy efficiency to reduce the energy demand of the plants. And when you reduce the energy demands of the desalination plants, other aspects of energy in the network, such as distribution and wastewater treatment, start also becoming important. But also the context of water environment, particularly the planning of desalination plants, their location is important to limit potential environmental impacts, not just discharges, but also having permeable formations where you can extract seawater through seawells, reduces the need for chemicals, and also increased utilization of renewable energy. Dedicated supplies or through a grid can actually increase the greening of desalination. But greening of desalination is not just through green energy, it comes from a comprehensive process. I would actually like to introduce you to a project in which the agency is participating on the governance of water management through the Nexus approach. There's the link. Anyone interested can actually look at this project. And to conclude, Malta's experience has seen the transformation of water management through the application of non-conventional water resources. It has also been achieved through the control of the national water demand, through increased efficiency in water use, comprehensive at the production, at the utility, but also at the user level, improved operations leading to reduction of energy requirements, and definitely looking at our experience, we're ready to share our experience with other countries facing similar challenges, not only because we've got experience to share, but because also sharing experience is a keystone of learning also from the experience of others and optimizing what we have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. For me, two main takeaways. The first one was very interesting to learn that the first reverse osmosis desalination plan in Malta was supported by Saudi Arabia. So this is interesting to note in this context. And the second is that in addition to looking at efficiency improvements at the plant level, looking at efficiency improvement at the sector level, demand management is very critical. Mohammed, we need your help to delve into the environmental aspects of desalination, challenges, but also solutions.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Adnan, and thanks for my colleagues that they presented this wonderful journey of desalination since 1907 today. Actually, to be sure that we are putting this wonderful journey on the pavement road or the right way and the right track, we have to understand the environmental impacts. And when we are speaking about the environmental impacts, we are not speaking about obstacle or challenge, but we are speaking about solution using innovative technology to overcome, to minimize the risk, especially because we are looking in GCC to decouple water and energy and to transfer from the old sophisticated solar thermal desalination, which is a little bit costly, low efficiently, produce more brine water, it needs additive chemicals to the feed water, to the less cheaper and more highly recovery, with a high recovery ratio of the reverse osmosis. Having this and to build on what have been mentioned by my colleagues and to take the very important words have been mentioned by Nawaf in the opening remark, that we are shaping the future of the green desalination. To shape it, we have to understand what is the situation today. The global world production is about 95 million cubic meter a day, as we have from something like 438 plants all over the world. Still, the thermal technology is a dominant little bit. However, the trend is going to reverse osmosis. MENA region are producing about 53% in the total capacity. Saudi Arabia alone produced about 11.5. Nawaf mentioned the figure of about 15 million today. So we are increasing our capacity in GCC region, especially in Saudi Arabia, because of the ambitious plans for developments, for greening, for development in different sectors, including domestic sector, industrial and environmental sector. So we have to be ready to face all these challenges. If we are speaking about the technologies which is dominant at present, we are speaking about United Emirates, for instance, about 70% is still thermal, 30% only is reverse osmosis. What we hear from our colleagues from Saudi is that there is a big shift by 2027 to be 80% RO and only 17 or 20% are thermal. And this will need additional innovative technology, improving the situation, and to find and diversify our energy sources, because if we are speaking about the thermal technology, it is a cogeneration system to produce both electricity and water. If we would like to shift to RO, we will need electricity to produce through other different alternatives. To have how we can balance between the future demands and the predicted demands, even to use now the desalination for agriculture production, and how we can balance between the environmental impacts and these things. Going to this, we have 4 different pollution loads by the thermal and even RO. The first one is the green gas emissions, which could have a lot of impacts on our carbon footprint and also impacting in the future by acid rainfall or whatever. And the second one is the brine water discharge, which we have thermal blooms. We have chemicals, which is additive chemicals added to the raw water, like anti-scalant, anti-foaming, and other chemicals. I will mention the list of these chemicals. And the third one is the seawater intrusion or affecting the intrusion of the water, especially if there is any groundwater aquifer near the coast. How we can overcome such situation? This is showing us in the reverse osmosis technology typical how much chemicals are added, either the coagulation, acid dosage, or chlorination. If we are speaking about thermal desalination, there is a big list of chemicals that is added to the feed water, either anti-scalant or for cleaning or for other purpose. All these chemicals, unfortunately, is discharged back with the brine water. So the brine water challenges is not only the salinity, as always sometimes mentioned, or even the thermal blooms, but also the chemicals which is added and affecting the marine ecosystem and the natural habitat of the marine. This is showing us why there is some challenges. First of all, this is showing the bathymetry of the Arabian Gulf, and it shows that about 60% of the Arabian Gulf bathymetry, the water depth is less than 20 meters, 20 meters, and about 30% are less than 6 meters. And unfortunately, the shallow part is our side in the Arabian Peninsula, and the deeper part is near Iran. So the circulation of the water is very slow, which is affecting the quality also of the water and increasing the quality of the water. 15 years back, we were speaking about 2 to 3 years the time for the circulation of the water within the Arabian Gulf. Today, the most published report this year by Jacob in United Arab Emirates speak about 7 to 8 years. And even in some areas, like the Arabian Gulf here in United Arab Emirates, the salinity now is 46 to 47, the ambient salinity of the marine. It reaches now 46 to 47, which again is adding another challenge to decouple. Because the threshold for the membrane highly efficient recovery is 50%, 50,000 ppm. So we are reaching now the threshold, and it adds a lot of another challenge for the dimension of transferring from thermal to desalination, and what will be the efficiency and the cost even in the future and the energy consumption. The same for the evaporation. The evaporation is very high. If we developed a water balance model to develop the evaporation and the water losses from the Arabian Gulf, and it shows we lose a huge amount due to the net evaporation. The net evaporation from the surface is about 2,500 millimeter per year, which adding a lot of. Meanwhile, there will be additional impact due to the climate change, and it will be additional impact due to the minimizing of the surface runoff from the surface water bodies, which was discharging a lot of surface water before to the marine ecosystem in the Arabian Gulf, including Karkha River, Euphrates, and Tigers. All this water now prevented, no more fresh water discharged, high evaporation, discharging brine water, discharging ballast water, discharging treated or untreated wastewater, and many additional industrial use, which add some accumulation pollution. This means that we have some duties to study and assess the situation and the environmental marine ecosystem, and to show how we will put the mitigation measure and put a very ambitious plan to improve the situation to allow us to do our also promising and ambitious development plans in the future, and to decouple the water and energy. They're showing the desalination plans and the present and the future. You can show that from our colleagues from Saudi Arabia. They are targeting to reach 19 or 20 million by 2030. So this is the same. We have the same plans in United Arab Emirates to have more 50% desalination capacity more in the Arabian Gulf by 2030. All the Arabian Gulf countries or the states along the Arabian Gulf shore have their own plans to increase the capacity of the desalination and using, even as I mentioned, for agriculture production, because we are importing about 85% of our food, which have been already now impacted either by political instability in the region or by the supply chain and the price of the food. So the desalination is considered as one of the strategic and very important transformation technologies that we have to implement and to use. So what will be the future? Building on what have been mentioned by my colleagues in Saudi Arabia and this wonderful journey, including the use of the solar desalination and other technologies, we need also more to have what we call it, a regional research and development program to assess both the climate change and the existing challenges to the Arabian Gulf, to assess the change in the water table, to change in the water quality, to assess the change in the temperature of the ambient water in our region. The future action plan could be including a lot of programs. Some of them already have been started, either United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, like mentioned by Nawaf and others. We are starting to couple the, or to use solar power desalination, which will minimize the carbon footprint and have a lot of, also improving the technologies and improving the recovery ratio and improving the energy consumption. We are speaking about today in Saudi Arabia about 2.27 or 2.26 kilowatts, which is a big achievement and breakthrough in the using of desalination compared with 12,000 before or 6, or even in the thermal we are speaking about 15, 19 and 2021 kilowatt hour. So we have a breakthrough in the improvement in desalination. One of the very important issue which we should speak about it in the future is the fluorization of the brine water, converting brine water instead of waste to become a wealth. And yesterday we have a meeting with a company in IDRA, Congress in United Arab Emirates, which is running on barrel today, to speak about the first contract with SABIC in Saudi Arabia to produce half million ton of industrial salts from the brine water. And this will be increasing gradually within the next 3 to 4 years to become 2 million tons of industrial waste, industrial salts. And this is why they started with 500,000, not with 2 million directly, to be sure about the quality and the maturity of the technology and the cost and the market. So this is also one of we need to have a regional monitoring network. And this is one of the most important issues, to have a monitoring network along the GCC region to monitor and to assess any challenges regarding the marine water quality or temperature or the circulation, to avoid any risks in the future. Also, the water efficiency and looking to the demand sides have been mentioned by colleagues. The size of the water is always supply and the demand, and we shouldn't always depend on what we call the supply side or supply based strategy or driven strategy. We have to look to the demand side to improve the situation of using, to minimize the non-revenue water, to minimize the non-accounted water, because non-revenue water and any losses from the desalination, it is a cost, it is a marine impact. And we have to minimize this in the future. With this, I would like to thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, Muhammad. Well, with this, Muhammad, actually, you made it difficult for me to summarize. I wanted to give 1 or 2 takeaways from each presentation. So I'm struggling now with, there's a lot to digest. But maybe my very main takeaway is that regional cooperation is important. And this is a new dimension that Muhammad has added, because there is tendency in, at least in the Gulf region, to increase the desalination capacity. So it's important to have a joint effort to monitor that. So, Michael, this is the end of our first part of the session. We're moving into the second part, where you will take over, basically working with our distinguished guests in a panel discussion. And then finally, we will have time for questions and answers. Over to you.
Thank you, Adnan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. I'm Michael Haney. I'm the manager of the water program for the MENA region for the World Bank, based in Morocco and covering the MENA region. I would like to pose a couple of questions to the panelists, stimulate discussion, but I'm really delighted to see what is actually a very large turnout by the standards of this event, and particularly on the morning of the last day. So thank you all. You can see the interest that this topic generates in general. Let me just open with a general reflection. And I think one of the professional hazards that we have working at the World Bank is that we're constantly thinking about the future and projecting the standard projections of demography, what's happening to the natural world, these country climate and development reports that we've talked about at this COP, for example. And we live in a world of very grim predictions, that demand is always going to outstrip supply and we're running down our natural capital. These are real concerns. At the same time, I think it's very interesting and it's important to remind ourselves that there's so many different ways of looking at this complex reality. And I was quite inspired by the presentation from Firas from SWA, because it is, I think, an objective fact that there have been extraordinary accomplishments in improving fundamental indicators of sustainability. So we saw the reduction, for example, in the energy requirement to produce 1 unit of water, cubic meter of water. We saw a reduction in other core parameters. So I'd like to open with a question to you, Firas. You have sustainability in your job title. You're the general manager for sustainability. So there's no way you're going to escape this topic because it's actually in your job title, right? And you've described some truly impressive indicators. And the beauty of this is of what Saudi is doing. This becomes basically a global good. Your contribution to technology, which is then becomes the benefit for all the other countries. So this is really not only good for Saudi Arabia, it's good for the world, because this technology that you're driving down costs, and that becomes a global good. But particularly after listening to the presentation from Mohammed Dawood, who projected forward, spoke to us about the environmental impacts. I believe in your presentation, you focused on these core operational parameters, which are fundamental. I don't think you focused on the brine management aspect. And maybe that falls in another department, I don't know. But in terms of our broad thinking about sustainability, we're thinking both in terms of reducing the core operational inputs, so reducing the footprint, the cost, all of that, which links directly to environmental impacts. Can you tell us, 2 questions for you related. The achievements are clear, but if we were talking 5 years from now, in 2029, maybe we will be, who knows, and I asked you, well, what are you proud of that you've done in the last, you had this fantastic presentation in 2024. It seemed that you'd already kind of conquered the sustainability problem, but we know that once you achieve something, the world changes and you have to work harder to achieve it again. What do you see from where you sit today, based on what you know today? What are those sustainability challenges that are, in your mind, what you need to work on in the coming years, particularly keeping in mind this brine management challenge? There will only be more brine waste as we have more desalination plants. So that's the thought. Those are the thoughts I have for you. If you could comment on that, that would be great.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So basically, let's say in 2029, what I would be proud of at that time, I would assume that we hit our goal when it comes to switching to RO technology, phasing out the thermal technologies, also the integration of renewable energy into our operations. That's definitely, I believe, will be something that we will be proud of. We will be leading the way in that. We target 30% of our of the power will be coming from renewable energy, as I mentioned in my presentation. Actually, 2 years before 2029, we will be proud of achieving that RO is almost 80% of our desalination plants in Saudi. So that's one thing. Also, there are current initiatives and efforts when it comes to enhancing or reducing the power consumption. For example, the energy recovery devices, which play a critical role in boosting efficiency. Basically, these systems capture and reuse energy from high-pressure streams through the desalination process, which again, sustainably cut energy demand and operational cost. Beside that, there are other efforts when it comes to closing the loop, when it comes to circular economy. There are already some efforts when it comes to the reusing of used oil in other manufacturing processes. When it comes to the reusing or the repurposing of sludge for example, cement manufacturing or other purposes, the recycling of containers. All of those will be initiatives that we have achieved, I'm sure, way more than our set targets. When it comes to brine management, as you mentioned, the current efforts is that there is actually one recent initiative, and it's still in the pilot phase, regarding the mineral extraction. So basically for that is we extract the minerals and the high valuable elements, and then we repurpose them and we use them in different industries, for example, the pharmaceutical industries. So that's when it comes to brine management. We have also the floating desalination plants. We have currently those available to be mobile and moved around along the way the costs to meet higher demands. Especially during the Hajj season, where we expect a lot, where we have and receive a lot of guests here in Saudi around Mecca and Jeddah regions. I believe through these cutting-edge technologies and all of these efforts, we will be setting a benchmark for sustainable desalination across the MENA region and on a global level.
Thank you very much, Faiz. It's great to hear not only about your achievements, but your plans for the next generation of achievements, if I put it that way. Do you have, and then brine management obviously is a space that people are looking at closely. The world will continue to look at it. Has SWA set operational targets for itself in terms of percentage of the reuse of the brine generated, or the innovation is still in the early stages?
Well, I don't recall a specific percentage. I'm sure there is, but what we have made sure from the past till now and also into the future is that the brine that is being disposed of is not affecting the marine life whatsoever. We're making sure that we do marine surveys on a regular basis to ensure that coral reefs, marine life is not affected by the brine discharge, etc. We also we monitor the temperature, the salinity, and all the other elements that are usually found in brine management.
Thank you, Faraz. I'd like to get back to the coral reefs, but when we speak to Mohammed later. My next question is for Manuel. Manuel, thank you for that excellent presentation. I did not know that, if I understood correctly, was the very first desalination known to modern people in Malta in 1867, did you say, or 73? So that was very interesting to learn. You, like Faraz, are an operational manager. You work in an industrial company that has a very clear mission, mandate. Same question to you, but a very different context, however, right? A small country, but a very small territory as well, so very, very high population density, which limits your room for maneuver. What are the next generation of sustainability? You had extraordinary accomplishments. If I understand correctly, though, because of these land constraints you have in Malta, you're much more energy efficient than you were before, but still relying on thermal power, is that right? So is there a plan to transition from thermal to renewable? If not, what are the reasons? Can there be some innovation there? If you don't have the land for large-scale solar, can you have rooftop solar? Those sorts of questions. Your thoughts and plans in that space. Thank you.
Yes, definitely with the production of desalination, and when it comes to drinking water, we're at the same levels as were described in the presentation in Saudi. So we're over 70%, over 70% as well. And therefore, there's an energy demand which can be managed through energy efficiency. It's not just the energy in the plant, so it's not just the energy requirements of the plant, but also with the reductions which are achieved in the plants, also other parts of the urban water cycles start to become important, particularly looking at distribution, so frictional losses, but also wastewater treatment, and therefore broadening the concept also to consider wastewater as a resource and trying to protect its quality. Definitely moving to renewables addresses then the decarbonization of what residual energy which you are using, which in our case, the whole water services cycle would account for around 6% of the national energy demand. The issue with a small island is, as you correctly mentioned, land availability, so no space for undertaking mega projects on land, coupled with, in the central Mediterranean, bathymetry which goes deep immediately. So what we're actually looking at is floating technology. In fact, earlier this year, two expressions of interest were launched for a floating wind farm and two floating solar solar energy farms, where, given, let's say, the size of the island and the high grid connectivity which there are, we're not looking at this renewable energy directly for desalination, but renewable energy to the grid and desalination fed through the grid, increasing the share of renewables through offshore technology and moving in line with the decarbonization targets up to 2050 would also mean that increasingly desalination through the grid would become greener from an energy point of view.
So the plans are floating stations because of your land constraint, and it's solar and wind.
Yeah.
And those are actually being implemented now, or are there also issues of regulatory clearance by putting floating devices in the Mediterranean, for example?
Yeah, there's always
those
regulatory issues. Yeah. It's once more is the protection of the marine environment, which must also be taken into consideration. But it's a process. We're slowly exhausting the potential of the small land-based systems which we have, mainly rooftop solar. So therefore, in parallel, we're moving to increase the renewables, but also once more a challenge that with a small grid stability is important, and therefore it's not just producing, but also strengthening your grid. And once more, it's a comprehensive system, not just one element, but storage and the grid strengthening, which definitely comes into play.
Thank you. Thank you. Mohammed, my question, first of all, thank you for the excellent presentation. I hope this is recorded because I want to watch it again, but at a slightly slower speed. I come from New York. I thought I speak fast, but really very, very rich. And I know you were trying to pack in as much as possible.
Adnan gave me 10 minutes, and he said 7 minutes.
No, but very, very rich, and a very good complement to the operational presence, because the two go hand in hand. When we talk about sustainability, we're looking both at the efficiency, maximizing efficiency of the core operational parameters, such as described by Firas and Manuel, and also the environmental sustainability. I'd like to ask you as an environmentalist, an expert in this field, to share your thoughts about what would, and you know the GCC very well, this is your native area, you're from UAE, I'm sure you know all the other countries in your professional space very well. What are the attributes of a good regulatory system to ensure that these issues, the brine management is just one example, but there are other aspects of the environmental impacts, the chemicals that you've mentioned very, very prominently, put a stress on that. What would be the attributes of a good regulatory system to ensure that the objective of sustainability is being achieved and sustained? And I think this development has to be good for everyone, for society, for the environment that sustains the life that we have. And over to you on that, please.
if we are speaking about the environmental impact assessment or the environmental impacts and how regulatory can play an important role, I can say that if we would like to improve the whole chain and the whole situation of the environmental impacts of the desalination, we shouldn't rely alone on the regulation, but also on the other pillars, I can say, that help us to improve the whole situation, including the technology, including the awareness and education, including the regulation and enforcement. And the fourth dimension is the monitoring and assessment, as have been mentioned by Firas, that we have to monitor and assess and to have real information that we can develop our future plans. If we are speaking about the environmental impacts, very slowly, we have the green gas emission and the brine water discharge. Brine water discharge includes three different options: either thermal discharge back to environment, either chemicals discharge back to environment, or the salinity back to environment, increasing the salinity. If we are speaking about the regulation, we have to have regulations that allow us to monitor, to control, to put a limitation for discharging this pollution load to the Gulf, so the ambient marine water. For instance, in Abu Dhabi, we have a very strict regulation regarding the discharge of brine, and we have to get a monthly report with samples collected and analyzed in accredited lab or defined lab by Environmental Agency Abu Dhabi to monitor the discharged water back in terms of the salinity, in terms of many substances or trace metals, bacteriological situation, and also it shouldn't be more than 5 centigrades plus the ambient water as a thermal discharge back. So the regulation can help us to know exactly what's happened. But how to improve the situation, we should rely on other dimensions, which is an innovative pillar to improve the situation. And in terms of the brine water, we do have a lot. We have three things in terms of technology. We have the existing proven and technology that's applied at present, that like designing the discharging point with diffusers and to blend the water and to be sure that it's blended and we have no accumulation of salts and chemicals within the marine system, or to harvest the brine or fluorize the brine. And this is the emerging technology. And we have another technology called the zero level discharge to improve the recovery issue of the desalination itself, to have minimal discharge to environment. Zero level discharge not proven, especially on a big scale for mega projects, but we have another additional limit for desalination, which is the inland small scale desalination. For instance, in United Arab Emirates, we have more than 1,300 inland small scale desalination, discharging about 300 million cubic meter a year of brine water to inland. You can imagine how much water and how many lagoons we do have in United Arab Emirates. And this is water is used, the small scale desalination is used for agriculture production, for small scale agriculture. So we have to manage both sides, the inland dimension of desalination and also the onshore dimension of desalination.
Thank you, Mohammed. Just to stay with one aspect of regulation before opening the discussion to the floor, what I'm interested to learn, this is for everyone on the panel, in conventional thinking about regulation, the regulator should be independent from the producer to ensure the best outcome. It isn't always that simple. The theory doesn't always work in reality. There are many, and the same thinking applies whether it's water or electricity or some other service. There is maybe a minority but interesting view that at least maybe in the initial stages or in a context of a strong national government, which I think certainly could be said of the GCC countries in general, you could get a better outcome by having a certain integration of the regulator in the same, as in Saudi to some extent, not entirely, but under SWA there's the SWEC part, the producer, and there's an aspect of regulation. There's a geographical dimension as well. I believe the Red Sea plants are regulated by Shams, but the others in a different way. Just so for us, maybe you as a representative of SWA, the thinking, is it more effective to rely on a structure where you've got an independent regulator, which is not a perfect system, there are pitfalls with that, or to keep it in-house, so to speak, because SWA has the best knowledge about what SWA is doing and is best placed to determine its KPIs, if I put it that way. Maybe it's a little bit outside of your specific area of responsibility, but I find it hard to separate thoughts of sustainability from regulation. I'm talking about environmental regulation, not economic at the moment. Thank you.
So I think since SWA before SWIC previously and Saudi Water Authority now, we had the experience of over 50 years, right? We had been desalinating water for 50 years, and with that we've acquired an extensive amount of knowledge and experience from that. The transition and the transformation from SWIC to SWA to be the regulator and supervisor entity of the water sector in Saudi Arabia, it definitely gives it a better chance to actually articulate or find the best and usable, the best suitable policies that can help protect the environment and increase efficiency. There is also, and I think maybe this is something that we have not been talking about, but there is also the National Center for Environmental Compliance in Saudi Arabia, which sets the standards for industries that may have an impact on the environment. And pretty much all the entities, and we are compliant with the NCC. So and right now as a SWA, we work in parallel with the NCEC to monitor the work, the operations, and ensure that there is no environmental impact.
Thank you. Anything to add based on the Malta experience with regulation of?
Well, we do have an independent, let's say not an independent regulator, but different regulators relating to different facets of water management. So an economic regulator, a resource and an environment regulator, and a health regulator. So which I would say in the context of Malta as a European member state, it also integrates with the different directives, European directives which there are. So if you look at the Drinking Water Directive, let's say there's the limitations on the operations with regards to the quality parameters which need to be achieved. But then there's the Water Framework Directive, which also requires the achievement of good status for natural water bodies. The importance then of an economic regulator which sees that the utilities of the service provider actually operates efficiently and gives the best service to consumer whilst respecting the other constraints related to these directives. And that's where, let's say, everything is then joined up to ensure that there's a broad consideration with the indirect implications of the other directives on the operations and the efficiency of the operations, and importantly on the level of cost recovery.
So that's, I think, a good example of what I think of as the conventional or traditional way of thinking. The regulator safeguards the public interest, which is, but that's one way. We still have, thank you. Thanks for can we show our appreciation to the panel first for their presentations? Thank you. And we have some time for questions. Elisa Savelli, yeah. We need to get a mic over here, please. Yeah. Sorry? Over here.
Hello. Oh, yes. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for this inspiring and presentation. It's impressive what you managed to achieve. But my first question would be, would you suggest or promote this technology everywhere, or mostly in countries, area like Saudi Arabia, MENA region, highlands like Malta? Because what makes me ask this question is basically a concern. And the fact that some environmental impact assessment do not take into account the long-term dynamics of or the interaction between the desalination and the availability of this alternative water and society, economy. So basically what I'm thinking is that we might trigger more production, we might trigger more consumption, and we might need to use more and more and more and more desalination or alternative water. That's my fear. That's why I asked the first question in the first place. Thank you.
I guess I can ask this. I can answer this question, and then maybe I'll give a chance to my colleagues here to pitch in. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have a success story. I guess there are a lot of sides, a lot of elements that that need to be taken into consideration when it comes to whether desalination should be used in all countries. But what we are trying, I guess, the geographical kind of like the geography of Saudi Arabia made us achieve all of these great milestones, and these achievements triggered innovation, and after innovation, we reached great and fascinating power needs and power consumptions per cubic meter of water. I guess. And we're not stopping. I mean, there are a long way to go. The sky's the limit. That's what we always say. But I guess we are leading the way, and we are trying to collaborate with entities, whether in the MENA region or on a global level, to share knowledge and to even to share ideas and come up with the new innovative ways to make desalination even a better and more environmentally friendly solution.
I'll add to this. Let's say there's an element of water management under unavailability. That's a different paradigm to water management under availability conditions. Looking at the reality of Malta, even if we are highly efficient in water use, our natural water resources can only give us around half of the water which we need. Therefore, putting it simply, starting 1st January, we have water up to June. Therefore, we need to produce. But even under that context, there needs to be a judicial use of desalination, because with desalination, there's the risk of developing a false water culture. Press a button and you've got the water. So when desalination is introduced, it needs to be coupled with a strong water demand management program which keeps the water consumption at efficient levels, and also not just for environment, not just for I would say the environmental impacts, but also because of the costs. Producing water has its own costs, and therefore the right balance needs to be found. But going just for desalination without countering it with a strong water demand management measures is definitely not the way to go.
Our objective is not a swimming pool in every backyard.
Yes.
I believe that Omar has been waiting patiently. Yeah. Mike over here, please. Yeah. And then you.
It's still morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much.
A little closer to your mouth, please.
And thank you very much for the very interesting session today. Actually, I want to give two comments first, but I haven't introduced myself. My name is Omar Oda. I'm the UNDP Senior Advisor to the Deputy Ministry for Water. First, I will have two important comments on the question, and then I will come with a question, if you allow me. The first one regarding the regulator and the role of the Saudi Water Authority. According to the real decree that's established the Saudi Water Authority, Saudi Water Authority is the economic technical regulator of the water sector completely. This is very important to stress on that, and the environmental regulation is the NCVC, as Engineer Firas mentioned. That's one dimension, but there is another important point, and should be clarified. Right now, SWIC, or the operation arm of the Saudi Water Authority, are under SWA in a transition period, 3 years transition period. That's mean to facilitate a smooth transfer of all these assets and operation either to the private sector or a third party.
Please get to your question.
I'm going to the question right away. My question, as a water strategist, water management strategy and a guy from that direction, how much we can depend that's the cost impact of water desalination will be dropped to the level that we can have a fully plan to use it in all economic sector.
I guess that's for you first.
Could you, Dr. Omar, could you please repeat that question just so I make sure that I answer it?
You know, as a person working in water policy and strategy, how much I can say, yes, I can develop my strategy now to be able to integrate desalinated water in all economic sector. That's included reduction of the cost, reduction of environmental impact, reduction of energy consumption, all that. Is it going to be reached to the level of a conventional water resources?
I think we already achieved a capex of 2,700 Saudi riyal per cubic meter of water. I believe that is low compared to other sources and types of desalination methods. That's one thing. Also, the opportunities we have of integrating renewable energy into our desalination processes, these also help reduce carbon footprint, and also reduce power consumption and the overall cost of that. So I hope this answers your question.
Did you want to come in on this?
If we would like to speak about the desalination and its sustainability and availability to be used in different development sector, we have to look to the another side, which is what we call it water productivity. The value or the gain from the cubic meter of water. Desalination cost is not the challenge. The challenge is the water productivity itself. If I can produce a cubic meter with $0.50, and even I add transmission, dispatching, distribution, pumping, and whatever, and losses and non-revenue water, and it come to $1. 5 Saudi riyal, 6 Saudi riyal. And the water productivity is 10 riyals. So it is affordable and it is productive. But if it is less than 6 riyal, then it means either subsidized by government or to be not affordable by the end user. So the issue is not the cost. It is the productivity of the water itself, from my point of view.
I think we have time, if we're efficient in the way we ask our questions. The gentleman here in the middle, and then the gentleman in front of him.
Okay, I have just a comment. It's not a question, actually. I claim, as a...
Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Mohammed Bayoum. I'm working for UNDP in Egypt. And my starting point, I claim that the high cost associated with desalination and the environmental concerns that we have with desalination technology is coming from the fact that this is a technology that did not receive sufficient attention, globally. The attention for this technology was limited to a water-scarce region, which have invested a lot in this technology that has led to this advancement that we have heard about today. But if it was of a global attention, probably the picture would have been much different. Is this technology is going to be important in the future and is going to be needed in other places? I claim yes. What we have seen in South Africa, in terms of the drought, what we see, the drought episodes in Europe, this is going to increase with climate change. Definitely there's going to be a need for alternative water resources. And this is not only the end of the story. We are going to be in need for the alternative water resources for irrigation, and the cost has to go down, in favor of global food security, because of alternative water resources that are cost effective to be used in this respect. This technology is able to do this or not, to go down with the cost and alleviate environmental concerns. I believe the answer is yes. And my evidence is that we have to learn from what had happened in renewable energy. 2010, solar panels was the technology for the rich countries. 2020, solar panels is the technology of the poor countries to generate electricity. And how this happened, it was not market-driven only, it was a global initiative that has led to this decrease in the prices. And if we really are serious of decreasing the prices of alternative water resources, we need similar programs, global programs, to invest in climate change adaptation technologies, starting with desalination or alternative water resources technologies to reduce the cost.
I think it's happening now.
One country is not going to be able to do it again. We are grateful to Saudi Arabia for what they have done so far for this technology, but this is not going to happen. My last comment, learning further from the experience of renewable energy, standardization of the technology is going to be one important element in reduction of the cost.
Yeah.
and stop
Thank you,
over
Mohammed.
here
Could
without
you-
getting into
Could you
details.
pass the mic to your neighbor in front of you, your colleague in front of you? Yeah. Introduce yourself, please. Yeah.
Hello, how's everyone? Thank you for this nice presentation. It's really wonderful. My name is Troy Green. I'm from the Water Positive think tank. We are a group of 270 global experts, in water. Some vice presidents, CEOs, scientists. We're a collage of many different people with expertise in water. I think that my question has to do with the technology and the sustainability of the technology. I think that as we approach the scenario of climate change and we see a massive amount of evaporation from water bodies, such as the Arabian Gulf, we've selected RO as the prime model of desalination. And I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering about the threat to RO as a technology, seeing as though, the high level of TDS supersedes the requirement, for RO. So are we very quick to eliminate thermal as an option for water security? I'd like to have the panel comment on that.
We're very close to time, so we have to be efficient. 30 seconds I can make available to each of you. I think we start with Faraz. Yeah. We can't hear you without the mic. I'm sorry. Yeah, we really don't have time. Faraz, could you speak to the question about the sustainability of the technology chosen?
I'm sorry, but the last point is that the thermal plants, they serve a dual purpose. Many of them are cogeneration. So they produce both power and water. So even if we go with RO technologies, we have the power, angle to deal with.
Yeah. So I guess with thermals, they might have been good during the past, but with the RO right now, it's definitely better because there's a lot of infrastructure benefits when it comes to switching from thermal to RO. The energy consumption is a huge positive. The thermals we used to have were about, would consume about 15 kilowatts hour per cubic meter. Now with the RO, it's 2.34 kilowatts hour. Also, the gas emissions. With RO, there are no gas emissions when it comes to the desalination process compared to the thermal. Given the time, that's all I'll have to comment.
Thank you, Faraz. Manuel, yeah.
I'll just go almost beyond what you were saying. When you look at our policy, it's not a policy for desalination. It's a policy for diversification of supply. It's not just RO or other types of desalination, but also investments in water reuse, so wastewater treatment and reuse, which sometimes can be less energy intensive, but also, importantly, in the Mediterranean, possibly also in the discovering agriculture, which is also their harvesting, managed aquifer recharge. So it's not putting, as we say, all your eggs in one basket, but diversifying your supplies as much as possible, balanced with balancing the different approaches to it.
Thank you very much. And let's again give our appreciation to all the members of the panel today. It was a fascinating and rich discussion and very lively participation from the audience. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
with our fifth panelist and important, Mr. Julio de la Rosa. He is most welcome to the stage. Mr. Julio, he's Director of Middle East Development. He hold the bachelor degree and master in engineering and management. He also 18 experience of AI and experience. He also setting companies branches all over the world and Middle East. He is a player in major project in RO, whether in Jabal Ali or in current operational one, where he's put a lot of effort in ISTBs with more than almost 440 kilo cubic of a day treatment. He is the active contributor in the region as well. I will thank you very much for all the panelists for being here and really appreciate your contribution and participation. I will start by some introduction about the supply chain and water, so we set the stage and facilitate this panel. So as you can see in the screen, we have water supply structure where you can have all the stakeholders with Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture at center of this supply chain. And you have different supply chain stakeholders. They are managing the supply chain across Saudi Arabia. Here is the PPP model, or the private sector contribution with public sector in Saudi Arabia. You can find how they interact to set up a private companies and project companies from different stakeholders and businesses and different regulator, as well as the different commercial agreement. So this will give you a basic for PPP model and how complex it is. Third one is about Saudi Water Partnership Company, who is hosting this session. And it is the principal buyer and the off-taker of Saudi Arabia in water sector, also setting all the privatization of water in Saudi Arabia. So we have some figure here to share with you. We have almost $12 billion private sector investment. We have 13 million treated and desalinated water cubic per day. We have almost 32 assets in public sector where we make the transaction, and we have 12 projects ongoing and other projects in tendering. This is just to give you integrated sustainable water value chain. So here you find out how the value chain of water, starting from production, transmission lines, distribution, customer, then you have wastewater collection, wastewater treatment and reuse, and going to irrigation or commercial or industrial. And also how the interaction between public sector and private sector in both sides. Here is the journey of ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. And you know this is very essential nowadays in sustainability. We'll give you the flavor of how the journey of SWC and how companies is contributing to this. As you know, this is a long journey, and a lot of contribution achievement has been done until 2030 National Water Strategy and Vision of Saudi Arabia, inshallah. Maybe I will just give you one of the events that's happened or celebration happened this week in COP16. We have signed memorandum of understanding between National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification, and also Saudi Irrigation Organization, to plant more than 500,000 trees until 2030, which has an impact on the environment. With that, I will start the session with the team. So okay. First question, I will start with Mr. Sami. As you know, Saudi Arabia has a lot of activities and projects in energy in Saudi Arabia and also in water desalination. We are trying to sit and start the stage of discussion So I would like to hear from you about current level of carbon, because the session will be about carbon reduction as well as the energy utilization in water sector. I would like to hear from you how's the situation of carbon and level in Saudi Arabia and how we are doing in water sector.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon. Don't know if someone here. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Junior Dhafir. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be with this distinguished panelist and to have maybe a discussion regarding what's happening, which I see very much related when it comes basically to the energy and water, specifically nowadays with the development that we are seeing, phasing out from what we can say the thermal desalination more towards the ROs or reverse osmosis. That is always we see it goes hand in hand. When it comes on a country level, I believe the objectives has been set very clear. Yes, they are very, very ambitious as in terms of targets within the given time frame. But what we are witnessing today, at least in both sectors, that we are moving with the right pace, trying maybe to be ahead of time in order to achieve these set objectives under the Vision 2030. And there are different programs that are integrated all together between different organizational entities when it comes, for example, to the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Energy, where we are having these objectives under the Vision 2030. For the carbon emission, I believe the fuel displacement first program, that liquid program that has been already agreed, and we are seeing today that many projects has been materialized, is a clear determination that these objectives are very important, and accordingly it has been translated on what we have seen in terms of project. To go maybe more specific, we have a very obvious and clear case that's ongoing right now when we talk about the MSF plant that we are having in Shuaiba, SWIC plant. It has been put under decommissioning that would be taking place, inshallah, May 2025. And it will be replaced with what we have as Shuaiba 3RO plant, which is augmented by a PV solar as well, which goes also into the same objective where we are reducing the carbon emission and the carbon footprint. In there, I believe we have like 80% in terms of saving of CO2 emission by this transaction. 9 million ton per year of CO2. That is only coming from one specific project. The capacity there of the water desalination is 880 cubic meter per day, and we have 900 megawatt of power as a cogeneration in that plant. So that gives exactly how these objectives has been set and how it has been aligned with different stakeholders in the ecosystem that we are in today in the country of Alhamdulillah, and that is moving with a big determination, having all of these projects to be delivered, inshallah, in having from the near future as a long term. Associated with that, of course, the clear target of having 50% renewable energy and 50% gas power by the year 2030. I believe also going into that objective where we are lowering the carbon emission associated with producing the energy. And even if we talk about like the target of having 2060 by the zero carbon as an objective for the country in Saudi Arabia, we can see that all of these streamlines are working together in order to hit these objectives with the given specific time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sami, and really great numbers and progress that we have noticed. And this is really ambitious and progress goals. I will move to Ms. Latifa from NG. Given the presence of different private sector projects in Saudi Arabia, either in water or treatment water, how does this sector contribute to the emission of emission of carbon in the industry, and particularly in Saudi Arabia? We can hear from you some of your reflections.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Dafer. Thank you first for inviting us to attend these really prestigious discussions. So one of the first big impact that we saw on the involvement of the private sector in the desalination, and I think that Saudi Arabia through SWPC is a kind of really front runner, is the switch from the thermal desalination to reverse osmosis. So just to give some figures in terms of carbon footprint, or in terms of power consumption, we are talking about 7 to 10 times less power consumption when it comes to a reverse osmosis. So now all the new IWPs that are issued in the kingdom are only reverse osmosis, except the operation of the previous thermal assets. So for me, this is one of the main contributions that the country is having on or towards greener water desalination production. What I want also to highlight here is the contract frameworks or the RFP frameworks that also the kingdom is putting in place towards this carbon footprint reduction, is the openness to include renewable energy into the desalination plant. So as much as we can, we are trying to reduce the power consumption within the design of our desalination plant with the RO, the reverse osmosis solutions. But in addition to that, the kingdom is giving us the opportunity to couple the desalination plant with renewable energy to decrease even further the carbon footprint into the system. So yeah, in a nutshell, I think that this is mainly the message I wanted to give on the term of having Saudi Arabia as a front runner in terms of this transition and to switch into the more greener production for desalination. Yeah.
Thank you, Latifa, for this one. And I think what you have said, especially about the project that you are doing now, it is really good to be in Saudi Arabia in terms of energy mix and also water. I will move to Professor Muhammad, and we move to academia. So, Dr. Muhammad, let's start by zero carbon emissions. So I would like to hear from you. First, how carbon or zero carbon emission in particularly in academia is explained, and its relation and relevance to water, and how we can move with steps and strategies to tackle carbon zero emission.
Thank you very much, Dafer, and thanks for Saudi Arabia for hosting this big event. When we talk about carbon emissions and carbon footprint of desalination, considering the environmental considerations and the requirement to tackle the climate change, I do believe that research and development is crucial and vital to achieve that goal. The first step is to move from the energy-intensive desalination, thermal desalination, into membrane desalination. And I do believe Saudi Arabia is making a very nice progress in that, and actually it's the leading country in terms of that. But there is a challenges, and the challenges coming from the efficiency of renewable energy and the ability to store that energy for a long run. If you use PV cells, for example, you need batteries to store the energy, and that's a challenge. You need a huge area because the efficiency of solar energy is not as we wish. Currently, there is a lot of research and development into that direction. But again, I do believe one of the solutions could be having a more localized desalination plants, small-scale desalination plants. Yes, the cost could be higher, but at least you can really do the energy integration in much more efficient way. So that's a new direction. Another direction is to have more integrated processes. Like, I don't think there is one solution that fits all, but I do believe if we do integration between different processes, we could really tackle the problem in a better way. Currently, there is a huge direction toward having more efficient renewable energy resources. I think in Saudi Arabia, they already achieved 46% lower in terms of carbon emissions, and the idea by 2030, the objective is to achieve the rest 54% will be more managed in Saudi Arabia. So I think we are on the right track, but we need, to me, more collaboration between the academics and the industry, the private sector, and the government. We need all to work together toward achieving that objective.
If you just can just comment on this.
Yes, please.
Just for the energy intensity, I believe, Dr. Mohammed, what we are focusing, at least from the industry today, is that we are having all of these RO plants where they have the connection with the national grid or the main grid itself. So fixing or putting a target on the energy mix from a grid level, I believe it's contributing to, as a result of having this more of energy towards renewable energy to be utilized in order to operate these ROs. I didn't get maybe what do you mean by focused or localized? Do you mean that like
small scale? Small scale, like 10 to 1,000 cubic meter per day units. So that for that units, the small scale units, managing the energy requirement is easier. Although the cost of producing 1 cubic meter will be much higher than the large, because with reverse osmosis, the larger the capacity, the lower the cost per cubic meter. But small scale desalination units that desalinize brackish water, for example, because Saudi Arabia is a very rich country with the brackish water. But to desalinize this brackish water, that's a challenge, because you need small station, you can manage the energy in a better way, and you can have lower carbon emissions, but again, the cost plays a role. So because the cost per cubic meter will be much higher than the cost of large desalination plants. That's what I meant by localized.
Okay,
small scale.
Maybe to share also with the audience one of the project that we are so proud of. For example, today we are having the water and energy system for the Red Sea project, and in there we have like 30,000 cubic meter of a main RO plant. And we have these small plants that are serving specific island within the project itself of a capacity 1,500 cubic meter. We are doing that. And today we have achieved that this system entirely, 95% is run through renewable energy between the PV solar, the largest battery storage that across the globe has been put in place, 1.3 gigawatt hour system, augmented on as a third line of security of power through a reciprocating engine using a biofuel, which is again considered to be as a clean energy. So that system is in place, is working, and it's one of the very important projects in the history of aqua power that we have done, alhamdulillah, recently. So
excellent, congratulations.
I like the question and this interaction, because it gives where we have smaller scale with the request from academia and how industry is moving toward that. I think Dr. Mohammed, he would like to see more collaboration from others, like what Mr. Sami has mentioned in aqua power. And this is really giving a good example how this is, even with smaller scale, then you scale up with such initiatives. I will move to Engineer Abdulaziz from SWC. I would like to ask about how you envision integrating the the energy or carbon emission reduction through renewable energy with either in ISTBs or IWPs in Saudi Arabia, and how things is moving on in this direction.
Yes, thank you, Engineer Dhafir. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. As known, the scope of Saudi Water Partnership Company is off-taker of all types of water, even purified water, desalined water, treated, untreated water, and so on. So we are starting focusing on from the planning phase, what's the technology to be used for desalination water and wastewater treatment. When we look into the carbon footprint, we will find the main part, it is power consumption. So Saudi Water Partnership is starting to looking to reduce that power consumption for desalination of the water or for wastewater treatment. And we already integrated, and one of the example with our partners, with Aqua Powers in Jibel, and with the NG also as well in Jibel, to merge the PV solars with the producing of seawater. We reach around 15% of the plant load. So that's reduce actually the emission of the water. So when we see that around 0.5 kilogram of CO2 per one only kilowatt hours, so we are focusing to calculating those numbers, even for wastewater plant or for desalination water. Now 80% of our projects, which is in running, it is RO plants. And one of the plants in Shaiba, it's under conversion to RO. That's will reduce hugely and significantly the carbon emissions in Saudi Arabia. For RO plants, the innovations and researching, it's around reach to the peak. Only we need to focus on the membranes and ERD and equipment-wise. For wastewater treatment plant, the biggest power consumed in the plants, it is blowers for biological system. So optimizing those blowers consuming to get the best result, we are now, even the plant which is in operation, we are focusing to optimize that numbers. And for coming in pipelines, project pipelines in SWBC, also we are focusing to that number, not just to looking to the lowest tariff. We are looking to lowest tariff to enhance the local content, to enhance the operation excellences. So we are going to take in that steps to integrate the renewable energy with our plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. And I think this will lead us to Mr. Kholio from Acciona, being the emerged global leader in water desalination and sewage treatment, as well as the renewable. So, Mr. Kholio, what challenges do you face as a private sector, I would say, in general, moving to lower carbon economy and also optimizing the operation within this area?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much to COP16 and to SWPC for inviting Acciona to this panel, that we are honored to be part of it as well. Thank you very much to the audience for coming to this presentation. Engineer, you know, the belief of Acciona regarding sustainability and transition to neutrality in CO2 emissions is in the let's say, in the profound belief of Acciona. This is why in 2016, since 2016, Acciona is a carbon neutral company, one of the first company in the world that can declare that we are neutral in CO2 emissions, and with the aim that by 2040, not only that we are going to be, let's say, carbon neutral, but that we are not going to emit any CO2 in the projects that we are developing. So we are truly committed with this transition. And this is why last year Acciona treated more than 15 million cubic meter per day capacity of desalinated water using only reverse osmosis, that, as you said, we truly believe so far is the more sustainable technology. As well, we treated almost 500,000 hectometer cubic meters of water, and we reuse this water for agriculture mainly. And as well, we did the plantation of almost 500,000 trees in the world, allowing all this putting together to reduce the emissions of old projects by 15 million tons of CO2. So now you are speaking about challenges. And the first challenge I think we have before us is to get financing for the technology that we need for this transition into a CO2 neutral economy. It is estimated that by 2050, it's going to be needed around $150 trillion to develop the sustainable project that we have to put in place, because sustainability as well involves investment. In many forums, when you start to speak about money, many people feel uncomfortable, but it's a reality. We need money to make this reality. It was true mentioned that the two plants developed by Aqua and Engie in Jubail, where Acciona did the EPC for Engie. We have merged the photovoltaic and the RO. We developed 60 megawatts of solar field. But we need to go beyond that, because the financing is secure for this kind of project, almost as reverse osmosis and photovoltaic, because it's already mature technology. But I remember 2005, where photovoltaic was more expensive than any thermal technology. How we get to reduce the price till the point that we have, because we invest in this technology despite it was not the most efficient one. So we need to work together to convince the finance system that despite maybe today, many of the technologies that we are trying to implement are not the more efficient one, in the long run it's going to be the most efficient and as well the more sustainable. The second challenge I think we are facing is regulatory, legal framework for the implementation of these sustainable solutions. Sometimes you need the support, maybe in tax advantage at the time of taking the decision to invest in sustainable technologies from part of the government. And finally, as well, it has to be clear inside the private and the public sector the pathway to replace the current technologies that we have by new ones. I'm really interested about what Professor Mohammed said. You are working in membrane distillation, right? Okay. Here we are in a country in which we have an excess of solar energy, geothermal energy, and membrane distillation together. We are trying to get battery storage able to provide 24 hours through photovoltaic technology. It's something that we already have many years ago for the solar thermal technology, this salt tank. Today, we are able to provide 24
universities or institutes within and outside the country of Saudi. R&Ds are focused. These are getting what they need in terms of financing. We are looking also into all of the patents we are having right now to work with this R&D, and then to take them into a pilot phase, and then we see how we can commercialize such technology and advancement in the technology. It needs as well a courage. It needs as well a gut from the private sector, in order to give the chance for these technologies which are still not yet proven, I would say, in order to take their shapes, and then from there we can, we can all understand the history that of RO here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It started with one plant almost back to 2009. Everyone in the market was not certain how would this industry, how the economics of the project would go and pay back, but yet Aqua Power was very determined in order to take that project, and today look into the all advancements that has been taken in the RO desalination. It become dominant. Nothing I would say at least can compare or compete with RO technology today when it comes to the desalination. The maturity level that we have also reached, and I thank honestly all the stakeholders, and top of that is WPC, because when you mentioned financing of this project, the maturity level that we are in today and how we can have access to finance, because of that ecosystem which today led by SWPC in all of these projects are tendered and accordingly enable the developers in order to get an access to this finance and then getting this project up and running. So in a nutshell, I do understand that the R&D and what they have to do in terms of advances, but also I see that we are having a duty as a developers in order to enable these R&Ds and the advancement in technology to take place and then come into the map.
Thank you, Mr. Sami. And with regard to Julio, I mean, reflection of the challenge that is financing and the gap that we have, and he highlighted at the beginning between current investment and looking for future with more than trillions of dollars that required for investment in the sector, and as well as talking about convincing financiers to invest and to lend those projects, because as you know, I mean, privatization of water required this collaboration and understanding from all. And Mr. Sami, you have highlighted that it is really, it required a lot of gut and determination that is for developer to go through. I will go for a question to you, Sami, about Aqua Power being an international and local champion in water and energy and as well as treatment. So what is the potential economic that you see contribution or benefit that you as a sector going forward in low carbon technologies and to infrastructures with lower intensity in terms of economic, I mean, benefit or I mean even growth?
Yeah, I think it's very much linked because again, this driver is becoming from the ecosystem first. Sustainability and utilization of, let's say, renewable energy, for example, it's becoming like a mandate. So we have to cope up. Otherwise, we will be left, I mean, from the market, and we will be phased out. So there is no even question about it that we have to. And as I said, it's not that we become like a reactive. We have to take a proactive approach where we are in ahead of the wave in terms of the technology. And when I mentioned that to take the gut and to live with challenges that might come utilizing, for example, not 100% ready or proven technology, that's for us, we see it's a mandatory to keep being ahead in terms of the competition with the market and taking the optimization needed from our side as well. So that is one aspect. Then, of course, if I give an example for what started with Jazla, and we were having a very competitive tariff in the market itself, and you're talking about, I recall, like 41 cents per cubic meter. And then after that, in another market as well, we have reached to almost 37 cents. So we keep pushing ourselves, and definitely this is not something we are doing alone. We can do. It requires an ecosystem starting from the regulation. It requires from the partners working with us. It requires also the confidence from the financiers in order to set up a project in this context, and then we take steps in terms of the optimization, whether levelized cost or in terms of the energy consumption. All of that definitely, as in a nutshell, will be coming into the required sustainability, and associated with that is the objective of having a low carbon emission. As I have mentioned earlier, I believe the Red Sea project and what system that we have put and set up in there, it's a clear example that we can reach more than what we have today as an average in the market by having a system like 95% coming from green energy, serving a desalination and producing water. So.
Thank you so much. Really, you highlight something very, very important, the sector which is levelized cost. Consistently looking for lower and trying to decrease levelized cost tariff that will be sometime challenge, but it is how this sector can be flourish in future, as well as you mentioned, the economy that is you would like to grow to utilize this budget or this sort of saving and other project. I will move to Dr. To Latifa. So. As per the second, so what are the challenges that you have faced in PPP or public, as being public private partnership and model in Saudi Arabia, implementing projects, especially for energy and renewable project? I mean, utilizing this renewable project in the sector.
Yes, so when it comes to challenges for developers like ENGIE, so as you might know, we are developers, but we also operate our own plants. I see the integration of renewable energy into desalination as being two different challenges. There is first the first framework that is actually now in place, which is the desalination with the freedom of the developer to choose or not to put renewable into the system in order to make the solution greener, to make it in terms of cost as well, a bit lower in cost. So on this framework, the challenges that I see is mainly the land allocation. For the moment, we are very limited in land, and the production of the power consumption, the PV panels are quite limited. So this is a challenge. I believe that in the future or towards more renewable energy integrated into desalination, there should be a foreseen allocation for the renewable energy production. So this is the first challenge that we see. Obviously, regardless of the request or not, ENGIE is looking at being completely zero carbon by 2045. So the initiation to do optimization and to try to really go towards the sustainable solution is in the DNA. So we are trying to do it as much as possible. Then the second part of the challenge is a framework whereby you will have the desalination separated from the renewable energy. And here I really see the regulation and the contractual framework to be in place and to be a challenge. We have some example to share today, which is a project we have developed in Morocco called Dakhla, whereby this project is a desalination. It is clearly a smaller capacity compared to what we see in Saudi Arabia. It's a 20 MIGD, but the particularity of this project is that it's 100% fed by renewables. So we have a wind farm that has been developed 100% to feed the RO plant, and actually the power consumption and the power production of the wind farm is higher than the reverse osmosis demand. So the excess power that will result from this wind farm will be sold to the grid. So there is a full framework that is in place with the regulatory and the authorities to enable the developer also to sell the power into the grid and to, in the same time, make the desalination plant much more, I would say, sustainable and less costly. So that's one of the challenges I see for the next step to take up. Yeah.
Thank you, Latifa. And I think you highlight the land and as well as the regulation,
yes,
collaboration. This is really something that need to be, considered in future project. I'll move to Professor Muhammad in innovation and research, domain. Given the challenge that we face in brine waste from seaside desalination plants, especially in Saudi Arabia coastals or other countries, and what strategies that can be implemented to minimize such impact to the environment or consequences that can be mitigated?
Oh, that's a very important question. Brine is one of the major issues that face the desalination future. We are talking about zero carbon emissions, and we need to talk about zero liquid discharge. That's the objective, or that's the ambition of having a very productive, efficient desalination technology. I do believe the answer for that question is integration of emerging technologies with the current employed technologies. For example, thermal desalination like multi-stage flash, the rejected stream salinity is 6%, and the temperature is 45 degrees, I believe. So if you couple membrane distillation with that exit stream, you can really increase the capacity of your thermal desalination and get rid of the liquid discharge. For reverse osmosis, for example, the exit stream, the brine stream, can go into a membrane distillation unit or a forward osmosis unit where you can really couple it with membrane crystallization. Another interesting thing that we are working on it right now is the concept of solar bonds. So the brine goes to a solar bond where the concentration of the water in that bond is going from high to low. So you have fresh water on the top and very saline water on the bottom. Now the heat comes to that solar bond, but it's not enough to decrease the density, so the solution in the bottom goes up. So you can really store the heat there and use that heat to run, for example, membrane distillation. And then for each concentration and temperature, you have a certain scales or certain deposition of salts. So you can really separate the salts by using that solar bond. But is the concept of solar bonds applicable for large scale? Unfortunately not. It works perfectly with a small scale. That's why I spoke earlier about that small scale desalination or more localized or decentralized desalination could be one of the solutions for our challenges. But I do believe brine is one of the issues that we need to address it as soon as possible, because, for example, the Red Sea has a unique marine life. So to dispose that brine into the Red Sea, you are influencing the marine life and you're influencing the nature of the Red Sea. And that's something we should reserve because it's one of the unique things. So I do believe these coupling of many technologies, integration between technologies is the solution for brine management, and it's the answer. We need to work on that more. Yes.
Dr. Mohammed, and I think this is area where it is most of the industry nowadays is looking for an improvement and a development. I will move to Abdulaziz. We have here, and listen to the panelists about collaboration between academia and industry and how this, especially in research and commercialization. I would like to ask you about what kind of collaboration do you think that, especially if you come to the as PPP model and bringing together the private sector with research and to help and contribute to in this model to Saudi initiatives, and how this can be and SWBC deploy this in accelerating the renewable energy in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, let me start with what Mr. Sami said about the ecosystem. Actually, BBB model, it is make that investment in water treatment and water desalinations to be attractive for financing, to create that ecosystem. Should we work along with all other partners? It is not only SWBC. So from the planning phase and transaction phase, we are looking to make that ecosystem is ready for developers. And through the accessing the finance and shares the risk with the developers and open up the global market to get the efficient funds. Also, as Mr. Kholi said about the funds issue. So this all together, along with research and development, to see what's the targeting, what we are looking for, according to the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030, to reduce the dependency of oil and will utilize the renewable energy. So it is about all to be together with the developers, but the technology which use, even though what the source of power we need. For example, We have different locations in Saudi Arabia for wastewater and for desalination water in Medina, Tabuk, Buraida, and the east and west of Saudi Arabia. So we'll start from select the best locations to be attractive for developers, to help also the people who is living there and help the developers to make that the projects more success. It is about the sustainability and the sustainable financial model as well. We know that the challenge, we understand very well the challenge of the developers within even the type of contracts, BOO or BOOT. So we try to understand what they're challenging incoming, what they're challenging coming, to make the lands easy for them and to help all other parties.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. I will go to Holyu. We have heard Latifa about some challenges. Now, Acciona as organization adopting sustainable solutions, also implementing strategies toward sustainable water and also energy. I would like you elaborate on what strategies usually phase to execution in terms of executing the sustainability and especially net zero. Also, any regional example that you would like to share.
Thank you very much. Well, the first barrier that we need to overcome is the awareness about the importance of, let's say, neutral economy in CO2 emissions. We took a corporate decision in Acciona, and the chief financial officer is the same person that is the chief sustainable officer. Meaning that today, till today, let's say, when we report to the market, we were really concerned in the quarterly report that we do about the balance sheet, the profit and losses, and so on. But more and more is important is as well the sustainable report of the company. This is why we need to declare to the market what we are doing in terms of sustainability. Because it's not only the financial, but the non-financial aspect what will impact, let's say, the company itself. But not just because it's impacting the company itself, but because we have to declare everything that private companies are doing for the benefit of everyone and for the benefit of the society itself. So this is the first one, awareness. Another difficulty that we are having is motivation from the clients to include sustainable solutions within the solution that we provided to you. What I mean by that? Today is a price diving decision when you take the decision to award. What is the difference in scoring of one proposal between one company that is incorporating sustainable solutions and one that is not incorporating any sustainable solution? And the reality is that maybe for RO and for PV, today we don't have an impact in the economic. But if we want to incorporate brine mining, $0.50 cubic meter, impossible.
Yes.
To have zero liquidity charge, impossible.
Clearly.
So do we want zero liquidity charge? So we have to consider to premium in some manner the companies including zero liquidity charge and not looking only for the lowest price. Biogas in the wastewater treatment plants, biofuels as well, hydrogen, to merge of these technologies. Can we make it as $0.50 cubic meter per day capacity? I don't know. I don't know if we can or we cannot. So if we keep driving the decision only, I'm not saying that the price is not important. I'm saying, are we sure that the best for all sector is following cubic meter cheaper than the one before? Are we sure if we are speaking about sustainability? Can we make everything at the same time? Can we keep in this F1 race that I don't know where it's going to be taking us? This is my concern. This is one of the barriers that we have to overcome, because not in all the world the decision to award a project is based only in the price. We need to dig what is behind the price. What is not only in the financial aspect of the project, but as well in the non-financial aspect of the project. By paying just a little, 1,000 liters, $0.50. Really? We need to keep the price of the water today is the price. Or shall we keep trying to promote, okay, we have reached a reasonable price for the 1,000 cubic meter, right? Why don't we go one step ahead in sustainability? Why don't reward the developers that provide something more to the society, something more to the sector? Because we are saying half dollar.
Yeah.
Okay. And you say about the land.
Yeah.
But the restriction that we have in the land is because we need to attach to the plot.
Yes.
But this is not the Netherlands. We are plenty of space here.
Yeah. So that's why we have to.
Why
maybe
in Emirates
dissociate.
is 0.7?
Yeah.
Why? Because you don't have a single. When we are working together and we are saying we need one more mega,
Yes.
we need more mega. My question is, the last mega that we include in a desalination plant, how much are we paying if we compare in a country that we are plenty of space? Is maybe the worst decision to separate and to do. I mean, I agree with you that a small and decentralized desalination is the solution for certain solutions. But for mega cities like Riyadh with 8 million people, I mean, it's my point. And as well, this magic of the PV, I have the feeling sometimes that us as a water sector, we are not developing enough because we are very happy with the price of the water that we have today. But it's because of the development of the water sector, or it's because we have a bigger land to do PV close to the desalination plant? Because if we don't have this beauty of the PV, maybe we can, the development of the membrane distillation that I am a truly believer can be faster. So this is another constraint that we have at the time of implementing sustainable solution, money.
Yeah. This is, if I can a bit
please, yeah,
jump in here, I think that what Julio is really highlighting is a kind of a challenge that we do have like internally, and I think now all the big groups or all the big developers that you see on the international market have a goal on sustainability. We do have, and we are believing in that. But as long as this is not imposed in the regulation, or it is not imposed by the contract, what a developer like us can do to be competitive using what we believe being sustainable. So this is, I feel, a very, very important point. Or even if the price is a bit higher from the competition, what is the sensitivity in terms of evaluation we are getting out of it? And for the moment, unfortunately, we don't see that. Like if we put now a lot of things, including the brine mining, including additional PVs that might be costly, but and so on, we do believe that we will be disadvantaged compared to the others. So yeah.
Thank you, Latifa. And I think, Julio, you mentioned something interesting, that looking to finance and non-financial aspect will be important for project development. So the example that you gave, Chief Sustainable Officer, similar to the CFO, and also the looking for the options, because this is there should be a trade-offs where you can maximize the sustainability strategy and also looking for the financial aspect. Latifa, a comment that is really leading me to the next question to Mr. Sami, for investment opportunity. How can private sector be intensified to continue utilizing renewable energy in the project? And also, is there example that as you are leading in aqua power, you can adapt from one country to other countries that is you can share?
Very interesting, honestly, what Julio and Latifa were mentioning, trying to highlight. And I understand, and this is a common challenge, we agree. But also, I need to wear the hat of the regulator, in order to understand how I can put like a certain mechanism that would be, by the end, something also bankable, because these projects are coming like from financiers in order to take place. So that's there I see the challenge. Even if the regulator decide in one day to have such consideration, it might be not in line with the financing mechanism for such project, and that would create an issue. And then if it is becoming like a mandate from the regulator, then it might hinder basically the healthy, let's say, competition within the market itself. It's become a more of biased even evaluation. Again, it's not straightforward, and I see. also these challenges coming from a regulatory point of view. But yes, the way I see it, honestly, Kholio, when it comes like practicality, it's again back to us as a developer. To what extent we can have a calculated risk in terms of utilizing these technology, which again has to be linked with sustainability, and then we try to, by the end result, reach the tariff, for example, or the levelized cost that will grant us also to win a project, and then we move forward. It will be like the seed for that, for a bigger window of improvement and optimization taking place within the technology itself. And again, from different markets, honestly, today I can say with a confidence that the maturity level that taking place in Saudi market, as I highlighted earlier, led by SWPC and the entire ecosystem in here is very well, and I think numbers are speaking on behalf of everyone. And today, from the first maybe project till today, we have reduced, at least Aqua Power journey, we have reduced around 57% in terms of the levelized, let's say, or energy consumption in RO, as well as the huge, let's say, optimization or reduction taking place in the levelized cost. It wouldn't be at all possible being achieved if we don't have like a robust ecosystem that would always help and support in order to drive into that direction. One thing I see also, which we are taking in Aqua Power as a very key, is what value we are bringing to the country that we are operating in, and that is usually coming with the aspect of localization or the local content. And I believe today within Saudi Arabia, we understand that it's a mandate, but we are not taking it as a mandate, rather than trying to push always a higher target on achievement. For example, the female empowerment and percentage that we have last year is more than 21%. If we consider the jobs that has been created, it was more than 30,000 jobs within the projects that we have put. When it comes to the young talents through EWA, the Energy and Water Academy in Rabigh, more than 15,000 trainees that has been done. Today we have ongoing around 700 students. They will be joining the workforce on this project. So that's also, we can't isolate it from the entire ecosystem or sustainability that we are trying to achieve as well. I hope that I just put some numbers that highlight what we
thank
are
you,
achieving.
Sami. Is there something that you can adapt from Saudi Arabia or other countries can leverage on this?
We have done, and for example, the concept of having these institutes today, we are having it on Uzbekistan, where we have Shireen College, and we are helping, let's say, and looking into the young Uzbek talents. We have across 8 countries, we have reached more than 80% of localization, local people that are working on these specific projects with these specific countries. We are trying also to look into the social responsibilities initiatives that we can deploy. Too many basically that we have done in Morocco, UAE, within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, linked to the initiatives under the umbrella of the Vision 2030, related to green, let's say, targets that we are having, implantation, nursery, even goes to the clinics or hospitals that we are participating in Medina. We have just months ago, we have put an initiative for for people with special needs, students in Jamiat al-Imam, so Jamiat Taiba. So all of these, we take it as duties, honestly. We see it as a developer to put not only in Saudi Arabia, but whatever countries that we are working in. So.
Thank you, Sami. And moving to Latifa, you have set up the Center of Excellence, and this is really a great domain that is every industry required and need to keep the asset running and optimize for ongoing. So can you share some case studies that you have implemented in Saudi Arabia, can be shared with other countries in this domain?
Yes, I think that if I may start in terms of Center of Excellence, obviously we are trying to cover whatever, all the desalination ecosystem. So it can be from research innovation to procurement to stakeholder management up to even human resources management. So one of the main case study is basically the two projects we are now having with SWPC, so the integration of the PV, but also trying to go one step ahead in terms of research innovation, where we are very involved in some collaboration for the brine mining. So we are doing quite some exercise over there. What I want to highlight also about what we try to do in NG is to try to use all the internal resources that we have. We have different divisions. One is called the flexible generation, which is to help to do the transition in terms of energy. So the help, the RO, the transition from thermal to RO is one of the flexible generation advantages that we are developing, but we also have a division for renewable. So when it comes to trying to implement a complete or global solution, NG has the expertise, and we are trying to leverage on this expertise. From one side, the RO system and the most optimum design, and from the other side, we have the renewable team with its expertise to support on the business plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Latifa. So it is a pool of talent and expertise that you are trying to. We'll move to Dr. Muhammad. And really, we want to listen to what's future trends. I mean, now in terms of maybe another, things that you do, commercialization. So moving to in future, how we explore viable, opportunity, and what is the most promising, progress toward the sustainability in terms of circular water economy and participation in this space.
Yeah, actually, I think if we look back, when the reverse osmosis was first introduced, the cost per cubic meter was around $3. 6 years ago, it reached 52 cents, and now it's 37 cents. And I believe if we continue doing research, we will reach even lower than that. But there will be still a limit eventually. I do believe there is new emerging technologies that has a potential to go into the market. Membrane distillation, I think it's the most mature among them. Forward osmosis, there was a nice work by a Singaporean company, and they did pilot scale study. Electrodialysis is one of the technologies, and I'm aware of another pilot scale study in Egypt. So, but I do believe integrating these emerging technologies with fully established technologies like reverse osmosis might lower the cost and lower the carbon emissions, and maybe give a solution for the ambitious zero liquid discharge. I do believe one of the major challenges we have is the scalability. Like carbon nanotubes, graphene came out with a lot of promises 10 or 15 years ago. But there is an issue with the scalability, and that require more engagement with the industry, more engagement with the private sector in order to develop these technologies in having more efficient manufacturing technologies. And I do believe in Saudi Arabia especially, you should be proud in Saudi Arabia, because I think there is a vision in the country to get more engagement with technological advancement, and I'm just happy to be part of this, and thank you very much again for everything. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I move to Abdulaziz. I would like to know your some of the practices or examples that you have in the current plant, either in IWP or ISTBs, and how those plants ensure the continuous and sustainability after the COD and becoming commercial. So just give us some case studies or shed lights on those plants.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dhafer. Regarding the IW plant, RO plants, the emerging of power sources, it is one of the good success story for us, and for keep monitoring, and we will see to where we can do for also next projects. For wastewater plant, as a carbon footprint, we will find there is still chemicals which is used in wastewater and also RO's plant, as well as methane and ammonia, which is generated from aeration process. So that's chemical which is used in the processes. We are working with our partners, which is the plant in operations, to optimize those chemicals of using with the processes for RO or for wastewater treatment plant. That will reduce the emissions of carbons and also the producer of the chemicals itself. Maybe in the researching they are helping us for that. And one of biggest which is working on it, it is utilizing the biogas in good manner. Now, inshallah, we are 3 projects is coming, which is Medina, Buraida, and Tabuk with our partners, Axiona and Tawzi. We hope to reach in the peak hours 100% renewable energy, the plant running on only renewable energy. But for existing plants, also we are trying to utilize that biogas as much as we can through optimizing that processes. When optimize the processes from the aerations, from the selections of materials for adapting that processes, we can get more of the biogas, and there is opportunity in the wastewater treatment plant and in the RO to do that.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. I think I will end with the future. We discussed with Abdulaziz the operational plan, so for future direction. So Mr. Kholio, just give us some of the alternatives or some of the directions that will be good to utilize for future project and climate change, impact, yeah.
Yes, what Abdulaziz just mentioned is a perfect example of collaboration. The 3 ISTPs made by Tabuk is the first green financing for a water project close here in the kingdom. And because it goes in favor of SD6 and 7, clean water and renewable energy. It's not only the biogas, it's as well we incorporate photovoltaic. So the treated water and the sludge is used by the farmers, reducing, let's say, the use of new water and reducing the use of chemical fertilizers.
Yes.
And it's one perfect example. Biogas. Why are we using biogas in the sewage treatment plant? Because as Engineer Mohammed said, maybe the bank can say, no, don't use biogas, dry the sludge in a cheaper manner, and buy natural gas in a country where the gas is very cheap. But we don't take this decision. Why? Because at the time of evaluating the NPV of a project, it's time to, we humbly think that it's time to take in consideration the financial aspect, that is the tariff, and the non-financial, that is the positive impact that you, but to make biogas efficiency in the wastewater treatment plant at the beginning were not so efficient. And this is going for what you say. And I agree with you, Samer. We need to create the environment. It goes directly for the first thing I said. We need financing, and we need to create the environment, and we need the financial system at the time of making the evaluation of the NPV to consider financial and non-financial, because it's done in that way in many parts of the world, I think. Thank you very much one more time.
Thank you so much, Kholio, for addressing that. Can we have some questions? Last?
We speak a lot.
Okay, so due to time constraint, we have. Let me have this question, please. He raised his hand. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to thank all the panelists here, and really it was interesting. I will start by thanking Kholio from Axiona and Mr.
Thank you
Sami
very
from
much.
Aquapower, also Ms. Latifa from NG, and Dr. Mohammed from University of Jordan, Abdulaziz from SWC. Again, thank you for being here, and thank you for attendees to be here, and wish you the best of the day.
Yeah, thank you for moderating
Thank
it,
you. Thanks.
Engineer Dafer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Steph.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نعلن لكم عن بدء توقيع اتفاقية تفاهم بين مركز تنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر ممثلة بالمهندس مالك الحربي، ومجلس شؤون الأسرة ممثلة بالأستاذة هيا المقوشي المساعد التنفيذي لمجلس شؤون الأسرة. شاكرين لكم حضوركم، راجين من الله أن تثمر هذه الاتفاقيات على مزيد من النجاح للطرفين.
In the following few minutes, I would like to talk about the following. First, what are the causes and the impact of sand encouragement in the Arabian region? Second, what are the sand trapping plants, NABCA, and their efficiency in combating desertification, through showing some case studies. Third, what are the goods and the services introduced by NABCA in the Arabian desert? Last but not the least, I will introduce some contribution from Red Sea Global companies that I am working in the field of afforestation and combating desertification. Let us move now to see what are the causes and the impacts of the sand encouragement in the Arabian region. Of course, all of us know the main driver for the desertification, it is the overgrazing, which can lead to soil degradation. The second anthropogenic activity can lead to desertification is the wood cutting, which finally result in soil crusting. Third, the daily surface irrigation of the agriculture land with the thin soil layer lead to evapotranspiration and the soil salinization at the end. Fourth, in the Arabian Peninsula, the common recreational activity is the off-road vehicles, which making the movement of sand and enhance the sand movement, which at the end will make to the soil loss and the soil compaction. All of these features and the process lead to soil erosion and sand encouragement. Now, what are the impact of sand encouragement? Of course, the wind can carry this sand for long distance and threaten the infrastructure and lead to loss and the damage of the infrastructure, like blocking the highways, roads. Also, the railways, you can find all the railways are blocked with the sand encouragement. Also, you will find most of the agriculture land can be threatened by the sand accumulation on the agriculture land and the farmland, can threaten the structure and the geomorphology of the mountains and change the whole topography and also the soil material, everything, and the minerals of the mountains and rocks. Blocking the whole roads also can lead to the sand and the sandstorms that threaten the most of the cities and even can have holidays during these days and threaten the human health. So what are the best ways or the ways to combat sand encouragement? Of course, several countries tried different methods, like establishing the mechanical and the physical barrier just to stop the sand or to fix the sand, but unfortunately this will not stabilize or fix the sand because it will make more accumulation of the sand, because this is physical and stable barrier, is not barriers that can grow above the sand. So it will more or less not efficient for that. Second, some country also trying to make spraying of oil and petroleum residue, but unfortunately this make environmental contamination and biological degradation for everything on the ecosystem that these methods are used. Some people say, okay, we can have also what is called the windbreak as a biological control for sand encouragement. But this method also, it is costly, inhuman, and also need a lot of water that is already rare in all arid regions. So more or less, also it is not efficient if you would like to use it as wide scale. So other found some species in some country or in some places are fixing the sand. But unfortunately, these species are invasive that can lead to loss of our native biodiversity and forming what I called biological desertification. You have the desert green, but green for whom and on the expenses of whom? So this is also a big problem for using the exotic and invasive species that are not adapted to our rare resources and consuming the resources in short term. So what is the best way? It is in our desert. It is in our coast. When you go to the coast and you go to the desert, the wadi, you will find many species are accumulating the sand. They are native. You will find some grasses like Stipagrostis bilimosa. You will find the Panicum turgidum. you will find Stipagrostis scoparia. This is the different growth form can accumulate the sand, and they are there, but we have to explore them. Second, we have shrubs. We have species like Hyoscyamus myoticus, Artemisia monosperma, as you see, Rahasia stricta. We have even tree, Caligonum comosum, Zysophnumularia, Tamarix nilotica. This Caligonum comosum is called the arta in Arabic here, and you can find it is forming a huge nabka. We measured this nabka, it is accumulating around 7 tons of sand in one shrub. So all of these, we call them nabka because they are trapping the sand and they are able to accumulate and build the mound within their canopy. So they grow above the sand, they not grow under the sand. And we name them even Bizamophytes. Bizamophytes meaning sand-laughing plants. So these are the feature of and the different shape of the nabka. This nabka, we named it now as ecosystem engineer because they are creating a habitat, modifying this habitat like enhancing and improving soil moisture, biodiversity. Surfaces give many goods and services, as we will see in the next slides. So this is a model that I did in one of my publications to show how the nabka can more or less work as ecosystem engineer and modify the arid ecosystem. If you look here, you will find if you have the nabka spot or the nabka patch, if you have the rainfall, you will have the rainfall redistribution. Instead of the rainfall go directly with one spot or with one drop and heavy and they can make the runoff, no, it will be redistributed through the snowfall and the stream flow of the shrub. So all of this process just to show that all the soil improvement, the biodiversity increasement will be the outcome of the presence of the nabka in arid ecosystem. So already we have several projects about that. Like we study what is called the self-organization of the nabka. The species that are forming nabka, they have a random and the self-organization if they are able to accumulate the sand. This is a project of one of my Belgian PhD student who did his PhD here in Al-Ats between Riyadh and Breda. And we used at the beginning balloon to monitor the nabka, but later on we used the drone. It was during 2010 until 2013, this thesis of young kiwits. Second, how we can, as I said, one of the main effects of the sand encouragement are blocking the roads. This roads is blocked by the sand encouragement, and this wheel loader is staying there 24 hours, and it is costly. So in one workshop, I was talking about the nabka and how we can use it. So there was a businessman, he asked me, can you fix the sand that threatened or encourage the roads that I have my business on it? I said, okay, we have to make site assessment to choose which species can work in this area effectively. So we did the survey in this surrounding area, and we found one species. This species is called the Hyoscyamus myoticus. In Arabic, it's called the sakran. And we found this species is not palatable to the grazing animal. So we said, okay, this is the best solution for this road. Because the species already exists in the area and it is unpalatable to animals. So you will save the road from crossing the animal. So before, as you see, the plant has a huge of flower, which gave to me indications that I will have enough seeds that I can use for planting the road. So we collecting the seed before the rainy season and distributed the seeds around the roadside before the rainy season. This road is about 200 kilometers. So the whole road was, the seeds were distributed in the whole road, and after 1 year and a half, this is the landscape of the road become clean and green and without any payment for the wheel loader. So this is what just to show how we can use the plant that we think that they don't have a function in saving money. This is very important to know which species you use, in which place you can apply. This is very important for assessment. Another, we have this sand dune. It was highly mobile sand dune. So also we have to look for the species that exist in the area because they are adapted for everything. So we use the cutting of this species. It's called Caligonum comosum. In Arabic, as I said, it's called the arta. And we plant this cutting directly in the dune. You know, after the rainfall, the dune can store the moisture. And most of the plants in the desert, they have a phenomena, it's called the hydraulic lift. We already took this idea from the people in the area because after rainfall, all the people in this area, they just put the seeds of the watermelon. And after 2 or 3 months, you will find all of these dunes are filled with the watermelon. And if you calculate how much of the water in each watermelon fruits are coming from these sandy dunes that the people are thinking they are dry, so the knowledge is there. The people there know, they have knowledge, but you have to explore it. This is very important to be succeeded in your project. So it's again, we said, okay, if the watermelon with all of this water, what about if we use the species that already xerophytes, meaning that is drought tolerant? So we put the cutting of this Caligonum comosum in the sandy dune, and this is after 3 months, you can find here the fruits of Caligonum. And this is the original cutting. So in 3 months, instead to have a watermelon, you have the sandy dune fixed by perennial species from the area, native species. So this is another case of successful when you use your native plant in the right place. This is also one of island in one of the lagoon that is highly salt affected. And also it is with high sand movement on the coast. So we look also for the species that are surrounding this area. We found that the species is called the Atriplex halamus. Many people know that. So we use the same Atriplex halamus, put it on the salt affected and under the sand movement. And all of these plastic gallons, we just put them because the area was crowded by the rodent, and the rodent would like to eat the cutting that we planted. So this is as a waste, we put surround the cutting just to prevent the rodent from eating our plantation. So this is another successful goal. And can you see here, this is the salt, the accumulation of the salt. So we have the plant that they are tolerant to the salinity and tolerant to the sand accumulation. So this is just to show from my publication during my PhD. This paper, it was 2002 from my PhD in Belgium. And I was working in this phenomena through my PhD to show, this is published in Plant and the Soil, to show how can the NABCA itself create different microhabitat that can increase the vegetation diversity in such a small scale. So this is just, if you would like to have more information, you can refer to this paper. Second, also, this is another paper I published it in Journal of Vegetation Science, also to show how if you have different NABCA forming species, you have different regional biodiversity, or all the species can have the same associated species in the same area. So I called it host identity of the NABCA forming. So in this case also we found that the grasses are facilitating species that are different from the shrub, that are different from the tree. So it is very important to have all your native species or the different growth form of your native species just to enhance your local biodiversity if they are able to forming NABCA or accumulate the sand. So can we benefit from all of this NABCA, or what's called the NABCA species or sand trapping plant? Yes, because they can naturally work as windbreak. Also, they, as I said, they are facilitating the growth of other species, and we name them as nurse plant. They are nursing the other. They, as I said before, they improving the soil moisture and the soil organic matter. So you increase the fertility and the moisture content of your soil. There is a good phenomena in the desert. You will find in the desert always at night it is cold and during the day is hot. So this phenomena making easy for dew condensation. The difference in temperature between the night and the day, with the landscape of the Nabka, you will find the early morning all of this dew condensation on the surface of the Nabka itself. So due to the heating and the cooling phenomena between day and night. Also, you can find here how much of the Nabka according to the scale. If somebody his height is about 170, you can see how much of and this is just one small shrub forming how much or accumulating how much of the sand. It also can be refugee and fodder and habitat for many mammals and rodents. This is also because, as I said, the Nabka itself, it can be with more moisture. You will find it looks like making improvement in for the animal just to live in more or less moist soil. So this is also very important for refugee. It can serve or supply fodder for the grazing animal, as we see here. Also, many people, when they found a Nabka forming in some landscaping, they making their tent or their houses just in the shadow of the Nabka, because with this sand, if there is flooding from the mountain or the other, can more or less absorb all of this rainfall, so they protect them from the flooding. Also for the full wood, as I said, there is a phenomena, it is called the hydraulic lift. After you coppice or you cut the tree that forming Nabka, you will find due to the high moisture content in the soil of the Nabka can make directly the regrowth or the coppice of the host plant. So this is just to show how the Nabka can give to us many services and many goods. Now, as I said, we in Red Sea Global, most of it's established to 2017, but most of the work was about marine. We started last year in a project to make habitat assessment just for combating land degradation and the biodiversity loss. But as I said, before we make energy generation or the other, we should make an assessment. So this project aims to establish terrestrial protected area, implement a plan for ecological restoration and regeneration, to develop terrestrial biodiversity indicator and the net conservation gain index, to increase the capacity of local community for community-based conservation and restoration program, and also to support in nature-based ecotourism. This is just some of our first year deliverable. We have now habitat mapping of the area. We have the land degradation index for the whole region called the Red Sea and the Amala, just to know where is the areas that are really degraded and how we can implement the ecological restoration strategy. And this also we will have the flora and the fauna survey, and we will have a distribution map for each flora and the fauna species in the area. Like I show in this, you can see, for example, Acacia tortilis, which is called the Facilla tortilis. Now we have its distribution map in the whole region, and also some of the fauna species. Also in the Red Sea, we have 100 hectares of the nursery just to produce 50 million plants for landscaping and ecological restoration. And this year we increased this 100, also another 100 hectare. We increased the 80 hectare also to be 180 hectare of the landscape. So I think with using our sand trapping or Nabka for combating desertification, we can enhance our architecture, protect our nature, reflect our culture for our land sustainable and resilient future. Thank you very much. If there is any comments or question, I am ready. Okay, it is done. Okay, go ahead. سمحت ممكن. Okay.
Just one question.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many tree species does it grow here in Saudi, in the desert?
Yeah, there are many species. We have, it can be more than 150 in the whole Arabian desert, if you would like. We have trees. Acacia itself, we have 22 acacia species.
Oh, Okay, because we also grow the acacia tortoise in our region,
Yeah.
northeastern Kenya. It's also a desert.
Yeah. It is one of the common species, is acacia tortoise, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
السلام عليكم. Thank you,
السلام.
doctor. Thank you, الله يعطيك
الله
العافية.
يكرمك.
When put the trees to stop the sand, and after that the sand will it be increase or the quantity of the sand increase and cover the trees. What the idea that will it be يعني to treatment this subject?
Yeah, this is what I said. The advantage of the Nabka farming, they need sand. This is why I named them sand trapping. If you give to them more sand, they will grow more and more because they grow above the sand itself. It's not so like that I showed the physical barrier. If you have any barrier like a straw barrier or the other, the sand will accumulate above it. But if you have the tree, because as I said, they called bizamophyte. Bizamophyte meaning sand-laughing plants. So they can trap the sand from the wind, accumulate them, and grow more and more. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, doctor.
No, welcome. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your attendance, and maybe we'll see you again in another workshop on our conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room
طيب تست. اهلا وسهلا. حنبلش هيك ان شاء الله نصير كتار. اوكي جود. اهلا وسهلا فيكم. عمر كنيع معكم founder of Marca Consult. We're specialized in B2B go-to-market and brand advisory. We work mainly with logistics companies, e-commerce, tech, and logistics companies. هيك بكون عرفكم عن حالي. معنا سيد ياسر CEO of LSC Warehousing and Logistics. Please عرفنا عن حالك.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Test.
It's on. السلام عليكم. معكم ياسر الملحان السي او حق شركة المخازن للخدمات المساندة. الشركة was established في 2008 في القطاع اللوجستي. لها عدة verticals شغالين في القطاع المستودعات وقطاع النقل وكذلك القطاع الشحن الجوي والشحن البحري. تواجدنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في عدة المناطق الرئيسية اللي هي منطقة الرياض وكذلك منطقة الخبر والمنطقة الشرقية ومنطقة جدة، وكذلك عندنا مستودعات في منطقة أبها ومنطقة جيزان. عندنا عدة خيارات اللي هو التمبرتشر كنترول مستودعات المبردة وكذلك الدراي. وفي القطاع الشحن يوجد لدينا تقريبا أكثر من 250 شاحنة تتنقل حول المملكة.
شكرا. انك عندك مخازن مبردة، في عندنا كم tough question لك عن sustainability.
بالعكس الله يحييك.
Thank you عمر. علي شمعون. I'm development director لباناتوني بالسعودية. باناتوني هي تقريبا أكبر مطور specialized in industry and logistics across Europe with over 58 million square meters تقريبا مطورينهم حول العالم. We have big emphasis on ESG and I think this is the reason why we are here. We've been in Saudi for the past 6 months, 6 شهور بس. أنا صار لي بالسعودية 14 سنة. وبالنسبة لباناتوني الهدف هو إنه نحن to introduce a new asset class بالindustry and logistics. Modern asset class similar to what you can find across Europe and the States. مع توجه المملكة بالفيجن 2030 ومع وزارة النقل والخدمات اللوجستية.
شكرا. ويلكم تو سعودي ارابيا.
ثانك يو.
6 اشهر وقت قليل بس سمعنا عن كم مشروع عم تشتغلوا عليهم فبست اوف لك.
ثانك يو.
صلاح اهلا وسهلا.
اهلا وسهلا فيك. صلاح طه co-founder and managing partner of Intralog. Intralog شركة استشارات متخصصة في الاستشارات للقطاع اللوجستي. بنشتغل مع عدد من الشركات اللوجستية في السعودية وخارج السعودية بعضها على تطوير عملياتهم، على الترانسفورميشن، رحلة الترانسفورميشن تبعتهم، ومن ضمن الاستشارات والخدمات اللي نقدمها تعنى بعضها بمبادرات الاستدامة داخل الشركات هاي. وبنشتغل برضه مع قطاع الشركات او الشركات اللي بتيجي من خارج المملكه الى السعوديه، بنساعدهم باللوكاليزيشن تبعتهم اوبريشنلي اند كوميرشلي بالبروسيس تبعت اللوكاليزيشن.
جميل. شكرا. واليوم معنا شيء كثير حلو انه معنا من قطاعات مختلفه حنغطي الفاليو تشين كله بما يخص صحيح. القطاع اللوجستي عم نحكي عن planning and development، عم نحكي construction and real estate، عم نحكي الاوبريشن the actual operation. فان شاء الله حنستفيد من هاي الانسايتس. Again this panel discussion حتكون عن موضوع الاستدامة بالعالم اللوجستي. اوكي. وحنبدا بسؤال يمكن يعني كثير ناس ما بيحبوا يجاوبوا عليه. استدامة كلمة كبيرة. Even ESG is being used everywhere, plugged in يلا into any communication. حبلش مع سيد ياسر. سؤال لك.
لا بالعكس حياك. الاستدامة.
استدامة شيء حقيقي في امباكت او بروباغندا ذكية عم تستعملها الشركات عشان تضوي على اسمها وتلمع حالها قدام المجتمع؟
هو للأمانة سؤال صعب، ولكن الاستدامة نقدر ناخذها على محورين. المحور الأول ما قبل 5 سنوات أو 6 سنوات أنا أشوف أنه فعلا كانت الاستدامة ماركتينج بروباغندا للشركات أنها على أساس أنها تطلع، ولكن الآن مع الفيجن 2030 الاستدامة صارت حاجة انفورست وشيء راسخ الآن في الشركات. ولكن الاستدامة بعد لها محاور كثيرة، إن كانت الاستدامة الاقتصادية أو كانت الاستدامة البيئية أو كذلك حتى هي لها ارتباط في جودة الحياة. يعني الشيء مرتبط كله في بعضه. يعني إذا بتقول الاستدامة الاقتصادية تبغى ترفع التوب لاين حقك مع البوتم لاين، ولكن بيكون يمكن فيه له تأثير على البيئة. فكيف تسوي التوازن بين الاستدامة هذه اللي موجودة؟ ولكن لو نرجع نقول الاستدامة it used to be a marketing propaganda، ولكن الآن لو نتكلم على شركة المخازن وشركة LLC هي one of our top priorities و values موجودة عندنا في الشركة.
طيب إذا هي value اليوم موجودة بالشركة، كيف عم تعملوا alignment internally to make sure إنه كل القرارات اللي تتاخد بالشركة are ESG friendly أو compliant؟
سؤال جدا حلو. طيب أول شيء لازم ننظر لعدة محاور. المحور الأول هو الموظف. لازم تغير الفكر. كيف تغير فكره؟ تبدأ تشتغل عليه في الكامبينز الداخلية، تبدأ تشتغل على الارتكلز اللي تنزلها في الشركة، تبدأ تغير الفكر اللي موجود، لأن عندنا المايند سيتس اللي في الشركة، عندنا السينيورز وعندنا الليبرز، فلازم نشتغل على عدة محاور مع الموظفين. الشغلة الثانية لازم نبدأ ننظر على المستودعات اللي عندنا هاي كونسومشن اوف الكتريسيتي، كيف نغير الكونسومشن هذا إلى طاقة تساعد البيئة by changing اللي هو الطاقة المستدامة عن طريق electrical panels والأمور هذه كلها. كيف نغير الإضاءات من fluorescent إلى LED. لو ننظر للترانسبورتيشن فليت اللي عندنا، نبدأ ننظر إلى تغيير الترانسبورتيشن أو التراكس اللي عندنا من الطاقة القديمة إلى شيء يكون ايكو فريندلي اللي هو توفر الديزل أو البنزين أو البترول. ففي عدة محاور نشتغل عليها وما زلنا شغالين عليها، وهذا it's a continuous change عندنا وتجديد.
شكرا سيد ياسر. علي سؤال مهم لك.
تفضل.
اليوم انتو at the core offering of what you do بباناتوني is building warehousing real estate or logistics real estate that is environment friendly and ESG compliant. تمام؟ طب أنا اليوم شركة already شغالة. Where do I start from? Should I demolish? نزل كل شيء على الأرض and then build from scratch? أو في خطوات we can start doing?
I think that's a very solid question, especially بالسعودية. As more and more we are more ESG compliant, هذا السؤال اللي عم تسأله كل الشركات رح تسأله. و they have to define how to approach that question in terms of
thank you.
أنت الصرف اللي بدك تعمله لحتى تجيب هاي الشركة تصير ESG compliant هو رح يكون CapEx or OpEx. based على الانسر اللي انت بتعطيه هون، اذا انت رح تروح بالكابكس فانت لازم تستثمر بانك بالمبنى تبعك وانت تحط المصروف and you do all of that. إذا أنت ناوي بالكوبكس then you outsource that to someone like Panattoni where Panattoni will do that for you وأنت بتجي بتقعد بالمبنى بيكون ESG compliant في كل الاحتياجات وبتدفع البريميوم تبعك على الرنت to get that building. So this is the first step. هلا إذا أنت ما نحكي holistically you should start with the environmental due diligence. تعمل from inside out تعمل environmental due diligence بتشوف أنت شو اللي ناقصك شو القصص الناقصة لتهد وتطلع بدك تشوف المبنى تبعك هل هو بيتحسن قابل انك انت تغير الانسوليشن فيه تعمل رين هارفستنج سيستم تعمل تركب سولار بانل الروف تبعك بيحمل سولار بانلز ولا لا بدك تعمل رينفورسمنت للستيل ستراكشر حتى يتحمل هذا الشيء مقبول ولا لا. I don't know how that is feasible بالسعودية بالcurrent buildings الموجودة. Some of them they can, others there is no way. So it depends. What is your inventory? شو الريل استيت اللي عندك؟ و based on that you can make that decision.
Beautiful. طب looking at the ROI نحن عم نحكي بمشروع كبير.
صحيح.
عم تطلب من شركة عندها warehouse عم تقول له اعمل due diligence. إذا طلع عندك بالdue diligence انه you can use whatever you have of real estate, go ahead, do it, we can help you.
صح.
بس إذا لا, you need to rebuild. Tell me a little bit more about the ROI and the impact of doing that from scratch. يعني the benefit should outweigh the investment.
Like Omar, you cannot approach things in a tunnel vision. You have to approach it holistically. So when you look at that, ESG as a whole, why do you do it? Okay. بعتقد استاذ ياسر جاوب على قصة propaganda ولا لا. بس seriously, why do you do it? في عندك 3 components لا pillars بالنسبة لنا as a real estate developers. الend user اللي بده يجي يستخدم هذا المبنى. Number 2, الرولز اند ريجوليشنز تبع الدوله اللي انت يو ار اوبريتنج ان، هل هي فارضه هيدي الاي اس جي ولا لا؟ وثالث بارت الفاينانسينج، الانفستمنت اللي انت عم بتجيبه لتبني. وقت البنوك ولا الانفستر بصير يشترط عليك انك انت تكون عندك اي اس جي بوليسي وكومبلاينت، انت then you have to do it. وقت الدولة عم بتقول لك انه انت you have these regulations that you need to follow، الكونسومشن تبعك لازم ما يكون اكثر من هيك، then you have to do it. وقت التننت بيكون عنده requirement اللي انت عم تحكي عنه، then as real estate you change. ف you're looking at the ROI. The ROI is not over 4 years and 5 years. The ROI is over 10 and 20 years. So when you do that, when you invest into that, you're going to get an OPEX reduction, total OPEX reduction. I actually want to give you a very nice example we have for Panattoni in Herleen in Netherlands. We did a zero net carbon building where we are not even connected to the grid.
That's a big statement.
No,
Zero.
seriously. Yeah, we did. And the roof, it's a 60,000 warehouse, 60,000 square meters warehouse. The roof was turned into an actual solar panel power plant, basically. We're not connected to the grid, and not only that, we supply 2,000 households around the warehouse with power. So this is something that you need the tenant to be committed on, the government to support it, and you need the investor to be on board. So this is what I'm saying about the 3 pillars that you need to have.
So looking at it from that angle specifically, وناخذ example الشركة اللي عملت solar panels, they're supplying المنطقة اللي حواليهم.
Yes.
I would look at this from an investor point of view, the pitch deck.
Yeah.
We're not only building, but we're creating a new revenue stream that will offset carbon and will offset expenses.
Exactly. So انت basically شو power consumption تبعك, and what's your CO2 emission كمان as a whole for the building. So yeah.
شكرا. Very insightful.
Thank you.
صلاح نجي لعندك.
اهلا وسهلا.
انت اليوم تتعاطى مع كثير شركات.
صحيح.
ومعظم الشركات اللي بتشتغل معها هي شركات بعالم اللوجيستكس. So you get to talk to founders, co-founders, C-level investors, owner reps. How do you see the adoption of ESG and sustainability overall? Is this something they think about from an investment point of view, or just something that they can mention in press releases?
Thank you for the question. في الحقيقة هو بالزمان يعني في الوقت السابق يعني بالزمان it was more of a marketing thing or an initiative that a company might do in order to be able to onboard or to attract customers from multinational businesses who have those ESG requirements in their RFQ. Today we are seeing a big shift towards الاستدامة والrenewable energy وكل الانيشيتيف اللي لها علاقة بالاستدامة are becoming more of a DNA inside the company. فبتلاقي الشركات بتحدد الأهداف تبعتها على long term, medium term و short term. الأهداف تبعتها بتكون definitely في منها كثير عشان استدامة الأرض وإنه نخلي الأرض يعني استدامتها باتجاه الأجيال القادمة، ولكن برضه في لها أهداف عم بتكون أهداف فاينانشال، لأنه الإمباكت تبع اللي عم بيشوفوه الشركات من مبادرات الاستدامة له أثر كثير كبير على أداء الشركة المالي كمان، سواء على المدى القصير أو المدى المتوسط أو المدى الطويل. ف it's becoming within the DNA تبع الشركات، ومن أحد أهم أهدافها اللي بتنحط باستراتيجيات الشركات وحتى البادجت والميزانيات تبعتها.
حلو، فيك تخبرنا شوي اكثر على اي اريا من الانفستمنت او الريتيرنز بيطلعوا عليها عاده؟
يوجوالي هي قديش ممكن مبادرات الاستدامه هاي توفر على زي ما تفضل الاخ ابو عبد الله هون على البوتوم لاين. فلانه دائما مبادرات الاستدامه لها اثر على توفير الكوست، على توفير استهلاك الوقود، على توفير الفواتير اليوتيليتيز الكهرباء والماء. فهذا اول اثر بيطلعوا عليه. ولكن في شركات برضه بيكون عندها اثر على الريفينيو جنريشن، وزي ما تفضل الاخ علي يعني عملوا مستودع بيورد كهرباء لكل المنطقه اللي حواليهم. فممكن this is something that companies might consider later on انه يصيروا ممكن يوردوا كهرباء لاحياء حواليهم او مناطق حواليهم. ف بشكل عام الشركات اليوم قاعده عم تطلع على الاثر سواء البيئي او الاثر المالي لمبادرات الاستدامه فيها.
بيوتيفول. ذكرت لنا قبل، بتذكر من فتره كنت عم تقول انه عندكم انجيجمنت مع عدد من الشركات اللوجستيه. قديش برسنتج هيدي الشركات that are taking sustainability seriously؟ اكثر من نصهم؟ 30%؟ 20%؟
يعني اللي بقدر اقول لك اياه اكثر من 50% of the companies are taking it seriously. و I would say more than 80% في عندهم مبادرات داخليه للاستدامه. whether it was مبادرات من الاستراتيجيه تبعت الشركه او الشير هولدرز مانديت اللي حاطينه للشركه انها تكون من الشركات المستدامه، or whether it is in response لشركات اللي عم تيجي من الخارج، شركات the multinational companies who come and have already targets على carbon emissions، على مبادرات استدامه لازم يشوفوها عند السبلايرز تبعتهم لانه بتاثر على ادائهم والكي بي ايز تبعت الشركه هاي.
بيوتيفول، شكرا صراحه. نرجع عند مستر ياسر. اول شيء congratulations على الام او يو اللي وقعتوها مع وزاره النقل.
شكرا.
انيشيتيف اسمها ذا اويسيس، الواحات الخضراء. ففيك تخبرنا اكثر عن الانيشيتيف؟
المبادرة هي يعني احنا شفنا كقطاع اللوجستي او الشركة عندنا قاعد نستهلك او قاعد نلوث البيئة بطريقة مباشرة عن طريق المواصلات او الهيفي تراكينج. فسوينا دراسة صغيرة مع الاخوان اللي موجودين عندنا انه كم نسبة الكربون اللي احنا قاعد نستهلكه، الانبعاثات الكربونية اللي قاعد نستهلكها في الهواء. فطلعنا بالمبادرة اللي هي الواحة اللوجستية، وهي مبادرة بيننا وبين عدة قطاعات حكومية، ومنها تبنت المشروع وزارة النقل. فراح يكون عندنا خصصنا مبالغ معينة على حسب الإحصائية اللي عندنا بالانبعاثات، وراح نزرع على كل وسيلة إنه تلوث شجرة مقابلها، على أساس نحقق التوازن البيئي اللي موجود عندنا. إنه في الأول وفي الأخير نعم التوسع صاير عندنا، في طلب عالي على المواصلات، في طلب عالي على الأمور هذه كلها، فمن واجبنا وما يلزم علينا أنه نحاول نسوي التوازن البيئي اللي موجود، وهو عن طريق الواحة اللوجستية إن شاء الله اللي راح ترى النور قريبا بإذن الواحد الأحد.
ممتاز ما شاء الله. وذكرت لنا توسع، أنتم عندكم فليت وكمان ذكرت انه عندك خطه توسعيه. قديش حيتوسع الفليت عندكم؟ تقريبا 130 تراك صح؟
نعم حاليا عندنا 130 او 140 تراك. تونا وقعنا الحمد لله الان شراكه على 200 فليت، والمستهدف ان شاء الله نوصل على نهايه 2025 لاكثر من 500 شاحنه او مقطوره ان شاء الله في الفليت عندنا في الشركه باذن الواحد الاحد.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. طب هذا حيزيد عليك تشالنج، اذا عندك 500 تراك اخر 2025 شو حتعمل عشان تلحق تو اوفست؟ او في عندك تاكتيك عملتوها او استراتيجيه اخذتوها انتم عم تشتروا الفليت؟ هاو ديد يو تشوز مع اي فندر تشتغل؟ هل هذا الفندر environment friendly ولا لا؟
نعم سوينا ماركت سيرفي على الشركات عده، يعني ما نبغى نذكر اسامي الشركات ولكن شركات عده على نوع الترانسبورتيشن، والحمد لله يعني من الشركات اللي موجودة زي ما انت بعارف لما تروح عند اي شركه بتلقى عندك الهاي جرين الانفايرمنتال فريندلي ايكو فريندلي وفي الميد يلو وفي الريد. لا الحمد لله يعني اخذنا البراند اللي اخذناه ايكو فريندلي، ولكن حتى لو انه ايكو فريندلي يوجد له انبعاثات. فشغالين احنا على دراسات ايفن حتى داخليه الان انه هو العامل الرئيسي التخطيط. فخططنا بطريقه ان شاء الله انها تكون كويسه تساعد البيئه وتساعد الشركه كذلك، وتساعد قبل هذا كله اول شيء الاجيال القادمه والوطن. والشغله الثانيه بعد عندنا من في الفليت شغالين على سيستم معين اللي هو حطينا اجهزه مراقبه لنوعيه طريقه سواقه العاملين، وكذلك ايضا الانبعاثات اللي تطلع من التريلات نفسها، وطريقه بعد انه كيف نختصر الروتس اللي موجوده عن طريق المدن. فهذه تساعدنا بعض انه في المسافات بدل من نقطع 1000 كيلو متر نحاول نقطع 800 كيلو متر او حاجات زي كذا. فقائمين عليها وشغالين عليها، وان شاء الله في مشاريع قادمه جايه.
sophisticated operations اكيد، فيعطيكم الف عافيه وبالتوفيق. علي, quick question. So Panattoni is all about real estate building اللي هي compliant مع ESG policies. واليوم في كتير تطورات عم بتصير بعالم الكونستراكشن والريل استيت واللوجيستكس. ف how do you stay on top of كل هالاشياء الجديده اللي عم تطلع؟
In terms of Panattoni themselves, we have almost 15% of our annual budget going to R&D related to ESG. Yes. والعلاقه كمان بالconstruction انت you have to understand انك انت بالconstruction when you're actually doing the construction you're at the end of the supply chain of that construction. فانت بدك تكون على اطلاع شو عم بيصير بالبيجينينج من المواد البناء اللي عم تنعمل، كيف عم تنعمل، مين السبلايرز كان يحكي عنه استاذ ياسر. انت you have to evaluate each and every supplier عندك. واذا ما نحكي ب one of the biggest challenges we have بالسعوديه هو هذا البارت، انه you need also suppliers بعالم الكونستراكشن يكونوا ESG compliant، ولهلا منهم كتار. فانت عم بيصير عندك حكر بالسعر معين لانه هن قليل اللي عم يشتغلوا بالموضوع. Once that becomes more in the next 5 years, especially كل ما نحن عم نقرب على الفيجن 2030, I think this will be easier. But as Panattoni, as I was saying, we spend 15% of our budget على R&D just to stay on top of this, and we always try to anticipate. بالنهاية لك هو it's not let's not call it rocket science at the end of the day. The goal is unified. You know what's the end goal? Zero net carbon. This is what you know. So how fast can you go there? إذا أنت الدول والEU Green Deal والسعودي Green Initiative, they are setting a certain date for that zero net carbon. Try to set it for you 5 years earlier. لحتى تضمن أنك أنت توصل لهذا الرقم by that date. And this is how we operate. Right now in EU we have 2025 zero net carbon for our buildings. So all of that is helping us to stay on top and up front of all of the new challenges. وشغله ثانيه كمان اللي كان عم يحكي عنه مثلا مستر ياسر اللي هو الفليت تبعه حاليا he's looking for a trucks that do not consume a lot of petrol. عم بيحاول يخفف الانبعاثات. من هون ل5 سنين يمكن يبلش يدور على trucks that's running on EV. As Panattoni I anticipate that ببني له charging stations بالمستودعات تبعي لحتى وقت اللي هو بينقل انا بكون جاهز له وبعطي. حاليا باوروبا نحن 20% of our parking spaces بالمستودعات تبعنا هن charging stations.
حلو. ثانك يو. صلاح، التحديات اللي حتواجهها الشركات to adopt sustainability strategies، شو بتشوف وين التحديات؟ طبعا الجانب المالي هو تحدي كبير
صحيح
لانه في انفستمنت، بس غير الجانب المالي.
طيب هو اكيد الجانب المالي هو اول تحدي بتواجه الشركات، وخصوصا بالمبادرات والمشاريع اللي تتطلب انفستمنت بالكابكس والاستثمار للار او اي راح تكون بعيده المدى. ولكن هذا الجانب اللي بتحله الشركات اللي المالتي ناشونال كومبانيز اللي بتيجي من برا زي باناتوني، بيجوا بيأسسوا المستودع، بيبنوا المستودع ESG in the mind من البداية. فهذا بيخفف العبء على الاستثمار المطلوب من الشركات اللوكال اللي بدها to adopt ال ESG requirements. احد برضه او التحديات اللي بتواجهها الشركات while they're adopting the journey is انه يقدر يلاقي البارتنرز والفندرز المناسبين اللي بيقدروا يدعموه في هذه رحله التحول هاي towards الاستدامه. وبرضه as we progress و as we move closer لل 2030 vision وبنشوف suppliers اكثر that are adopting الترانسفورميشن والاستدامه ومبادرات الاستدامه، هذا التحدي برضه عم بيتم التخفيف عنه. صراحه اللي عم نشوفه برضه في دعم حكومي وتشجيع حكومي كثير كبير على مبادرات الاستدامه، في تعاون وشراكه كثير كبيره بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع الحكومي، ومن ضمنها التوقيع يعني شفنا مثال على توقيع الام او يو اللي صارت بالLSC ووزاره النقل، وهذا بورجي قديش انه الشركات الخاصه مع الدعم الحكومي راح تتطور وراح تتخذ اكثر او تادوبت اكثر من مبادرات الاستدامه هاي. فالتحديات اكيد موجوده، ولكن مع القدره على الجاستيفاينج الار او اي تبعت المبادرات هاي in terms of financial impact or الامباكت عليها على اللونج تيرم للبيئه، I think انه هذا راح يتم تجاوز هاي التحديات.
ثانك يو. علي، فيك تخبرنا شوي اكثر عن البزنس موديل؟ يعني انتم you do the construction part او you own the real estate and you rent it out او كيف؟
As Panattoni in general ولا as a real estate developer؟
Panattoni.
Specific to Panattoni what we do is we identify an opportunity. بنشوف نحن أرض بنلاقيها إنه هي مناسبة لتطوير مستودعات لوجستية، وباناتوني doesn't do only logistics, we do industrial and logistics. So في عنا part manufacturing وفي عنا part logistics. And we built basically our model based on that land. من شو المبنى اللي رح نبنيه هنيك، شو نوع المبنى، حتى وقت لما نحكي باللوجيستكس بدنا نحدد هل هو first mile middle mile or last mile، عم نحكي نحن عن اي كوميرس وفولفيلمنت، ولا عم نحكي نحن عن ديليفري ستيشنز، ولا عم نحكي عن كروس دوكينج اذا نحن قراب من البورت ولا قراب من المطار. We define exactly what type of building we want to have there. بالمصانع نفس الشيء. Then we build our financial model and then we go to our investors. Panattoni has over 50 investors that we deal with, and basically we pitch the idea. We say, this is the building we want to build, this is the expected revenue, this is the ESG classification of it. So as I'm نحكي نحن BREEAM, is it good, very good, excellent? We even define that in our pitch. وبنعرضه للمستثمر. المستثمر evaluates the opportunity and decides to either go for it or not, and we go from one investor to the other until we build it. There is also another side, which is the build-to-suit model. So basically, when a tenant comes to us, Panattoni has over 2,500 tenants worldwide. So they come to us, they know us, we've built for them. And I take a very simple example. We've built for Amazon in Europe alone more than 1.5 million square meters.
MashaAllah.
Including the biggest robotics site for Amazon in Europe, 250,000 square meters. So these guys, they come to us, they say, Panattoni, we need a building here, there, and then we go and source according to their requirements. I think one of the biggest advantages we have in this market is that we know how to speak the language of the tenant. We know their requirements. We know what's the grid size you require when we're building to store, because we know you and we've done projects for you elsewhere. So we know exactly what racking system you're using. So هذه القصص كلها نحن بتساعدنا to adapt our model and to basically achieve the highest ROI and highest IRR للinvestor.
Interesting. شكرا. أستاذ ياسر، اليوم أنت كشركة عم بتحاول تبلش تعتمد مبدأ الاستدامة. You're investing in eco-friendly fleet. You're building، عم تظبط الوير هاوسز تبعولك عشان يكونوا مطابقين للشروط. أنت بتحط كل هذا الجهد، بتطلع شركة لوجيستكس تانية تنسف كل اللي أنت عملته، لأنه بالنهاية هو رصيد كاربونز بالماركت that everyone needs to offset. فأنت ما لحالك، فأنت جزء من هيدي الفاليو تشين. How do you see this happening؟ كيف فينا ننجز وفعليا كلنا سوا كقطاع نحقق هيدي الأهداف؟
شوف، الاستدامة ما تبدأ من شركة واحدة، الاستدامة هي شراكة. إن كانت الشراكة بين الموردين يعني من الشركات اللوجستية الثانية، إن كانت الشراكة بين القطاعات الأخرى اللي إحنا قاعد نخدمهم. فالشراكة لازم يعني الاستدامة لازم يكون هو منظومة فكر. لازم يكون فكر أول شيء، لازم نغرز الفكر إنه وش هي أهمية الاستدامة هذه، إيش أهمية إنه نكون إيكو فريندلي. فهذه كامبينز احنا نشتغل عليها، وفيرست كامبين زي ما قلنا الواحة اللوجستية اللي طلعنا فيها. ولكن الواحة اللوجستية حتى هي ما هي باسم أو غطاء فقط إنه شركة المخازن أو قطاع آخر، هي الواحة لجميع القطاعات اللوجستية اللي موجودة في المملكة، الكل يقدر يشارك فيه وليس للموردين فقط، وكذلك حتى العمال اللي احنا نخدمهم. يعني البرنامج اللي احنا طلعنا فيه والكامبين اللي راح ان شاء الله يطلع بشكل افضل وبباع اكبر، هي ليست فقط لشركة المخازن ولكن ايضا مع الشركات اللي احنا نشتغل لها. يعني ان كان شركة A ولا X ولا Y، هذا باسم القطاع اللوجستي. في توسع كبير موجود عندنا في المملكة، وفي طلب كبير عندنا للقطاع اللوجستي. يعني عندنا من المشاريع اللي قادمة، عندنا مشروع كأس آسيا في 27، عندنا إكسبو في 30، والحمد لله المملكة كسبت كأس العالم 2034.
مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك. أوكي، ففي هاي ديماند. لما تروح لأي سيكتور بتلقى القطاع اللوجستي أول قطاع موجود في أي قطاع آخر. إن كانت تتكلم على تبغى تبني مجمع تحتاج بريكاست بانلز، كيف بتجيب البريكاست بانلز؟
وتخزنون.
إذا تحتاج تنقل ملابس إيش تحتاج؟ تحتاج مستودع وتحتاج ترانسبورتيشن. فالقطاع اللوجستي مهما كبر نحتاج له أثر، قد يكون أثر إيجابي قد يكون أثر سلبي. نطلع من الأثر السلبي ويكون إيجابي. إيجابي لمين؟ للمجتمع، للوطن الغالي، وكذلك للأجيال القادمة.
شكرا. speaking of نمو القطاع، تعطينا نبذة هيك سريعة عن حجم القطاع اللوجستي كأرقام.
الأرقام ما هي موجودة معايا حاليا، ولكن أنت شوف الديماند. يعني الآن في شح كبير في التروكينج. يعني حتى لما كنا نسوي الدراسة الموردين يقول الحجز 6 شهور سنة. لما تنظر للوير هاوسنج، يعني اتوقع اتس فيري جود اوبورتيونيتي للشباب هنا موجودين. يعني في شورتج عالي على الوير هاوسنج موجود within the market. فاحنا الان بعد شغالين على توسعه كبيره لنا في المنطقه الغربيه والمنطقه الشرقيه من ناحيه المستودعات.
لازم نحكي يا استاذ ياسر لكن
بعد الجلسه هذه
we're facilitating business هون.
there is a big high demand. يعني اتوقع انه حتى في دراسه طلعت من الوزاره انه ما يحضرني الارقام حاليا، ولكن في ديماند عالي من ناحيه المستودعات في 2030 بشكل غير طبيعي. يا اخي خلينا ناخذها على قولتهم بطريقه اسهل.
برسنتجز قديش لازم يزيد عدد مقدمي الخدمات بعالم اللوجستي؟ مثلا شو الدبل عشان نخدم السوق؟
لا شوف، انت كمقدمين تقدر تقول 100%، ولكن هل مقدم الخدمه اللي بيجيك هو على قولتهم على كفاءه عاليه ولا لا؟ انت ما يحتاج انك مقدمين الخدمه كثر ما تحتاج انك ترفع جوده الخدمه اللي موجوده عندك في الماركت. المنافسه غير موجوده بين القطاعات. لو تقول انت كشركه المخازن او شركه ثانيه أنا ما عندي منافس، مو معناها إيجو، ولكن هي شراكات. الماركت كبير، ما يحتاج أن يكون في منافسة كثر ما لازم يكون في شراكة بين مقدمين الخدمة وليست منافسة. أنه أنا في بعض الخدمات كشركة المخازن ما أقدر أقدمها. يعني يمكن تقدر تقول أنه أنا ما أدخل في الفروزن أو أدخل في الماينس 5 تمبرتشر، ولكن أنا عندي شركة ثانية أعرف أنها تقدم الخدمة، أعطي الخدمة للشركة الثانية. فهو ليست انه كثره المزودين الخدمه اللي تحتاجهم كثر ما لازم نرفع جوده الخدمه اللي موجوده عندنا عشان تغطي القطاع اللي موجود والطلب اللي موجود في الماركت.
ممتاز. طيب حاب نختم معكم باخر سؤال، وبدنا نصيحتكم كاكسبرتس بالقطاع للشركات يلي بدها تبدا and to start adopt sustainability initiatives. شو النصايح اللي بتخليهم ينجحوا بالانيشيتيفز تبعيتهم او ينجحوا باستراتيجيتهم؟
في مقولة دائما تقال no planning is planning to fail. فأول شيء لازم تسويه هو التخطيط، هو التخطيط الصح للاستدامة. What is your objectives? What is your goals? What is the initiatives that you want to do? هذا رقم واحد التخطيط. رقم اثنين لازم تبدأ تغير الفكر الداخلي. يعني in the end of the day لازم تشتغل على موظفينك، تشتغل على الكوادر اللي موجودين عندك، انه تعرف تعلمهم اهمية الاستدامة، اهمية البيئة، اهمية انه نكون green environment. نقدر نكون 100% ان شاء الله يا رب، ولكن لازم نشتغل على التخطيط، نشتغل على الموظفين، وكذلك في الاول وفي الاخير نشتغل على الشراكات بين القطاعات. هو ليست قطاع لوجستي فقط، ولكن هي مرتبطة القطاع اللوجستي مع القطاعات الأخرى، وحتى الانجينيرينج، حتى الديفلوبمنت، الأمور هذه كلها. فهذه 3 مين فاكتورز اللي أنا أشوفها في وجهة نظري، وأكيد الأخوان عندهم رأي آخر.
علي, what not to do?
What not to do, forget the S and G and focus only on the E. وهذا الشيء اللي نحن بنشوفه إذا بدك across not only in Saudi, across the world actually. الشركات بتركز كتير على الانفايرمنتال aspect، تنسى إنه في عالم اللي هن at the heart of this, so basically the S، وفي governance اللي أنت that you need to work on to achieve that. Actually when we were preparing for this session كان عندنا كذا كول مع ال ESG team تبعنا بباناتوني. And one of the ladies that work with us, she's been with Panattoni for 10 years. كانت عم تخبرني عن example لها هي why she loves ESG, why she loves this thing. كانت عم تحكيني عن مشروع، أول مشروع استلمته هي ببولند لباناتوني. It's a redevelopment basically على الموضوع اللي أنت عم تحكي عنه. شركة عم بتحاول to adapt and adopt the new ESG policies، وهي كانت مسؤولة عنه. فالامباكت الكبير هو مش انه انا زدت الانسوليشن وخففت الاميشن لا، انه زرعنا 25 شجره برا، عملنا بروبر لاندسكيبينج، فتحنا البانلز وفوتنا الضوء على المكاتب تبع الموظفين اللي هي كمان بارت من الاي اس جي والعالم تنساها. عملنا تشيل اوت اريا وتشيل اوت زون للموظفين ليطلعوا من المستودع يقعدوا فيها. This is the biggest impact. أنا قبل ما أشتغل باناتوني كنت عم بشتغل ب one of the biggest e-commerce companies worldwide. Do you know what was the number one challenge for us in recruitment?
شو كان؟
Convincing people to come work in a warehouse.
مزبوط. Warehouse is usually closed. حديد بحديد، machines, racks.
Exactly. فأنت بدك تروح على المستودع. فصرنا نحن بهديك الفترة عم نعمل investment داخل المستودع لحتى نعمل chill out areas, zones, recreation لحتى الموظف يكون مرتاح. فهيدي أنا بعتقد هي شغلة الديفلوبر as real estate developer، هي شغلتنا نحن to create that environment لحتى تيجي أنت كتننت عندك كل اللي بتحتاجه لحتى to attract the right talent to work for you. So I think the biggest mistake we often make is we forget the S in ESG. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Insightful.
Thanks.
Salah, what not to do?
What not to do, I would say not to be scared to start. يعني you don't need to be reluctant to start. كثير من الشركات بتخاف تبلش لأنه بتخاف من الكوست، بتخاف من the journey itself. I believe إنه من ضمن التجارب اللي عشناها مع كثير من شركائنا والشركات اللي بنعمل معهم، إنه نقطة البداية هي تحديد الأهداف اللي أنت بدك توصلها عن طريق الانفايرمنت انيشيتيفز. ومن هناك once you identify goals بتحط البلان how to reach where you want to reach. في أشياء منها راح تكون مكلفة جدا، مزبوط، والانفستمنت اليوم بصير عشان الريتيرن عليه راح يكون بعد فترة طويلة، ولكن في أشياء منها مبادرات راح تكون سهلة ونوت كوستلي، واشياء منها تتعلق برضه بالتكنولوجي. يعني عشنا هاي التجربه مع احدى الشركات اللي هي كان بدها تعمل مبادرات استدامه بس ما كان عندها الالوكيتد بادجتس انها تبلش فيها من بهاي السنه. فطلعنا معهم بانيشيتيف مثلا انه يشتغلوا على تطوير السيستم الموجود عندهم عشان يقدروا تو كابتشر الكربون ايميشنز. فبمجرد ما انه صاروا يقدروا تو كابتشر الكربون ايميشنز صاروا اوتوماتيكلي عم بيقيسوا استهلاك الوقود اللي عندهم من هاي المبادره. فهم قاسوا حققوا هدف الاستدامه تبعهم، بس بنفس الوقت مع قياس استهلاك الوقود اللي موجود بالفليت بالاسطول اللي هم that they are operating، هذا ادى لتوفير الريدكشن الكربون ايميشن، ادى لتوفير على استهلاك الوقود. فهي في مبادرات it's not only investment intense, it's not only تعتمد على انك تركب سولار بانلز او اي فيز، لا في مبادرات تكنولوجي ريليتد وتدخل بالكور اوف ذا اوبريشنز، والامباكت تبعها سريع جدا وبحقق لك اهداف مهمه للاستدامه.
يعني small moves, quick wins, start somewhere. بلش وفر وكونتريبيوت لهذا الهدف حتى لو ببرسنتجز بسيطه. شكرا كثير لكم. very insightful session. كنا معكم. question. تفضل. عليكم السلام.
مش عم نسمع.
احنا عم نستمعين لك دكتور.
أنا الدكتور سامي أبو طالب جامعة الملك سعود، تخصصي الأساسي جغرافيا ومهتم بقضايا اللي هي التخطيط، وبدرس لطلاب عمارة وتخطيط مادة نقل حضري المستوى الثامن في جامعة الملك سعود.
تخصصك تخطيط حضري؟
تخطيط حضري
نفس التخصص حقي.
ان شاء الله.
انتبه يا دكتور لا تعطيني سؤال صعب.
هي في مجموعة أسئلة أو الحوار اللذيذ بتاعكم ده يعني فتح حاجات كتير جدا في يعني المناقشات او كده. يعني مثلا كسؤال اولي، ايهما احسن ان انا ابني مخازن جديده في مدينه مثلا زي مدينه الرياض، ولا اتجه مثلا اللي هي المدن المتوسطه بحيث ان انا اعمل اعاده الديستريبيوشن للسياسه التنميه المكانيه؟ ده سؤال. سؤال تاني ايهما افضل ليا ان انا اخد نيو لاند باستثمارات جديده، ولا اطور اللي موجود؟ وبالذات ان احنا عندنا مشكله في الرياض وانت عارفها ان في عدد كبير جدا من المستودعات غير مستخدم. تمام. الحاجه اللي انا لو انا عملت ارض جديده باستثمارات جديده، فكره هجره الانشطه من الكور للباودر برضك هتعمل لي مشكله في النقل، سواء النقل اللي هو نقل الموظفين او نقل اللوجيستيك من الاكسبورت المستهلك والكلام ده كله. طب ما انا ما عملتش حاجه جديده، انا خلقت مشكله جوه المدينه في حركه التوزيع. طيب هاخد مثال مثلا كمدينه الرياض. انا عندي في الرياض ميناء جاف اللي هو اللي احنا بنعتبره اللي هو ميناء السكه الحديد. طيب هل الافضل لي لما انا افكر في مخازن جديده او اماكن جديده ديت اخلي محطه القطار اللي موجوده او البورت اللي موجود انقله خارج حدود الرياض حاليا وتبقى ديت ستيشن جديده، ولا اكمل في مكانه القديم؟ يعني دي يعني حاجات كتيره، سؤالات كلها، لانها انت عارف الموضوع كله كسيستم هو مرتبط ببعضه، بداية صحيح. من الحركة البسيطة للموظفين للداخل والخارج لك في حركة اللوجيستيك والتوزيع والكلام ده كله، نهاية بالإطار العام المنتج اللي جاي لك من داخل الدولة أو خارج الدولة. وشكرا.
يعطيك العافية دكتور. يعني هو للكونسلتنس بس
نوزع الاسئله في عده اسئله
بس انه نفس التخصص ففي ولاء شوي. انا بالنسبه لي ده يعني اؤمن بالشيء اللي انا درسته سابقا، انه اللي هو المدن الجديده. اوكي، الاربن نيو ديفلوبمنت. فانا بالنسبه لي كوجهه نظر كياسر، انه لو ننظر لمدينه الرياض تحديدا، اوريدي عندنا هاي بوبوليشن، يعني صار عندنا اختناق غير طبيعي، لو تنظر لمنطقة السلي الآن، لو تطلع من طريق خريص إلى منطقة السلي بتاخذ لك، هي المسافة كلها كم 13 كيلو، بتاخذ لك ساعة على بال ما توصل، ونفس الشيء في العودة. فأنا بالنسبة لي كمنطقة الرياض منطقة استراتيجية، يعني لو تنظر أن هي في السنتر بين ميناء الدمام وميناء جدة، فأنا أشوف من المفروض أنه يكون في مدن جانبية أو نيو سيتيز، لوجيستكس سيتيز تكون موجودة أو متوزعة على أطراف المدينة. منها أول شيء تساعد اللوجيكس الترانسبورتيشن، عامل الوقت تختصرها. لما يوصل بعدين لما توصل على المنطقة، لما نفترض فرضية مدخل الرياض من جهة الغرب، بيكون عندك وقت الحذر، صح ولا لا؟ يعني عندك تقريبا من الساعة الفلانية للساعة الفلانية، في عندك تقريبا 8 ساعات أو 6 ساعات ضايعة، فلازم يكون في منطقة للراحة حق السواقين وحقة الأمور هذه كلها. فبالنسبة لي نعم، أنا أفضل كياسر وكشركة بعد أنه يكون عندي الوير هاوسز على أطراف المدينة وليس في السنتر. بتقول من ناحية العمالة أو السكن، في الآن لو تشوف في منطقة الطويقة الآن بنوا سكن عمالة كبير قريبة من المستودعات اللي هناك اللي موجودة، ولكن العبء بيكون فقط في المواصلات. انه طيب اذا عندك هاي جودز او عندك مو مثلا هاي جودز الدرايه تقدر تمشي حالك، ولكن اذا عندك كونتينرز اللي هو الفروزن، كيف بتحافظ على تبريدها انها ما تخرب او تضمن انها ما تخرب؟ لازم يكون عندك حتى ستيشنز للكهرباء للشحن او للبطاريات او الامور هذه كلها. ولكن انا بالنسبه لي مؤمن بالدراسه اللي انا درستها من ناس اكفاء مثلك، انه يكون نيو سيتي اربن سيتيز خارج المدينه وتتوفر فيها جميع الخدمات، منها بتقلل الضغط على المدينه الاساسيه اللي هي مدينه الرياض او المدن الرئيسيه، وكذلك انه يكون منطقه خدمات خارجيه ترانسبورتيشن، يكون خارج المدينه، تخرج من المدينه من برا لبرا وتروح لمناطق ثانيه. ما ادري اخ صلاح اذا عندك شيء ثاني تبغى تضيفه.
والله كفيت ووفيت ابو عبد الله، بس اعتقد برضه في مبادرات كثير عم بتصير حاليا يصير المالتي مودال ترانسبورتيشن، فالكونتينرز والمستورد البضاعه المستورده عم تنتقل باكثر من مود للترانسبورتيشن، وهذا بخفف ضغط على سواء الازدحامات اللي عم بتصير بالشوارع او عم بخفف ضغط برضه استهلاك وكربون ايميشنز واستهلاك وقود. فمثلا في هلا مبادرات اللي عم بتصير بخصوص القطار يشبك دول الخليج مع بعض ويشبك من الدمام الى جده الى الرياض. فالمالتي موديل من سي لريل لرود ترانسبورت، هذا راح يكون له اثر كثير كبير على تخفيف الازدحامات وتخفيف الانبعاثات اللي عم تطلع بسبب النقل. واعتقد برضه زي ما ذكر الاخ ياسر، في برضه المخازن اللي عم بيتم انشائها او سيتم انشائها خارج المدن الرئيسيه اللي هي المدن اللوجستيه الجديده او المدن الصناعيه الجديده. احنا في موديل طلعنا عليه بحكم حكينا قبل هيك مع الاخ علي، في بولندا شفنا كيف باناتونيا عم بيبنوا مستودعات خارج المدن اللي هي مستودعات المين دي سي، وعم بيعملوا زي الان سيتي هابس داخل السعوديه. ممكن الاخ علي يزيد عليها اكثر، بس الاثر تبعها هي انه بصفي داخل المدينه يتم فقط خدمه ما هو داخل المدينه، والمستودعات اللي بالخارج للترانسبورتيشن الهيفي.
مظبوط، غطيتها انت مش
انا بعترف لك
هي فعلا، بس هو اللي عم يحكي فيه صلاح هو جوهر الموضوع. انت بالمستودعات ما عندك مبنى واحد هذا هو المستودع، لا، عندك شيء للتخزين، شيء للكروس دوكينج، شيء للفاينل ديليفري. فانت في كومبوننت من اللوجيستكس هذا لازم يضلوا داخل المدينه، لانك انت بدك توصل للمستخدم باسرع وقت. بس في ما يكون هو عباره عن مستودع اذا بدك تقليدي، هو عباره عن مبنى صغير له دور وله محل بيستلموا منه الفانات وبيطلعوا له هو الدليفري، بيزيكلي اللاست مايل دليفري ستيشن، او ما يسمى باوروبا بالسيتي دوك، اللي هو بيكون داخل المدينه، وهيدا شغلته يوصل للاند يوزر. بقيه المستودعات يس يو كان تيك ات اب، الكروس دوكينج بتعمله حد البورت كمينا جاف ولا كمطار، هيدا بيكون هونيك مكانه. الديستريبيوشن اللي هو الكبار اللي هي عم نحكي مستودعات العملاقه، هيدي نعم هي بتكون خارج المدينه، لانك انت عم تخفف ضغط وازدحام عن الطرق الرئيسيه تبع المدينه.
انا حضيف كمان سؤال عشان نكون اكثر عملي. فعم نحكي انه حوالين الرياض اليوم كل المخازن موجوده
جنوب وجنوب شرق.
جنوب شرق بالسلي. اذا بدي احدد اليوم مناطق اطلع where do you think هي المناطق اللي لازم ينبنى فيها logistics centers؟
هو اتوقع طلعوا دراسه اوليه لو ماني بغلطان على موضوع المدينه اللوجستيه الجديده، هو على طريق الخرج لو ماني بغلطان، صححني اذا انا غلطان يا ابو خالد. ففي دراسه جديده طرحت تقريبا قبل 6 أشهر او 7 شهور، موجوده على موقع الوزاره، ولكن في مدينه لوجستيه جديده الان على طريق الخرج، وهو اساسا بعد الطريق الطريق المينا الجديد او الطريق اللوجستي الجديد اللي جايه من الهند على الامارات وطالع دايركتلي على يوروب. ففي دراسه كامله موجوده، وفي اتوقع المدينه الجديده اللي راح يبنى في مدينه الرياض هو اللي على طريق الخرج، وكذلك في اتوقع المدينه الجديده اللوجستيه اللي هو في جده راح يكون على طريق الخمره لو ماني بغلطان. ففي مشاريع عده، والشرقيه والله ما ادري عنها الى الان.
شكرا. حدا عنده اي اسئله؟ تفضل.
فكره المدينه اللوجستيه يعني هي ناتجه بالاول والاخر نتيجه التوسع العمراني اللي بين المدينتين، يعني الخارج والرياض. يعني انا دلوقتي بعد المتوقع خلال 10 سنوات لو انا جيت هلاقي ان الخارج ذاتيا هتبقى جزء من
الرياض،
جزء من الرياض. تمام. الحاجه الثانيه لو انا برضو بدور على المبدا الاستدامه، ماشي، بلاقي ان الرياض جزء كبير جدا، يعني الجانب الغربي يعتبر يعني استخدامها اكتر ممكن استخدمه في السياحه، زي مثلا المناطق الجبليه التطويريه، مثلا الرياضيات البيئيه زي يعني مثلا زي طريق مثلا العينه الوصيل، يعني اكتر طريق مثلا تلاقي فيه مثلا استخدام الدراجات الناريه لوصولا مثلا لحافه نهايه العالم بعد
جهه طويق وجهه القديه وهناك.
فانا بلاقي ان فرص النمو بالنسبه لمدينه الرياض لو انا بدور على مبدا الاستدامه وحافظ في نفس الوقت على معدلات النمو الاقتصادي، فبلاقيها فرص محدوده. يعني انا مش هقدر اوازن بين النمو العمراني وفي نفس الوقت الاستدامه البيئيه اللي انا اقدر احقق منها عائد اقتصادي.
طب شو بتعمل هلا؟ انا بدي اسالك لك، قلت لك كرسي تقعد معنا.
هو يا دكتور يعني
شو بتعمل بقى؟ شو الحل؟
الحل بقدر الامكان اولا اللي انا استخدم الموجود، اعمل دراسه حصريه لكل المستودعات اللي موجوده في مدينه الرياض، ايه المستخدم وايه اللي مش مستخدم، وفي الحاله ديت ابدا اعمل عمليه ريبليس لكل المستودعات.
معموله هاي الدراسه دكتور؟ معموله هاي الدراسه؟
يعني معلش انت ممكن تكون في الفيلد اكتر مني
لا هي معموله. المشكله انه عندك مستودعات غير قابله للاستخدام. هي هاي المشكله. هي يعني مش عم يستخدموها لانه هي غير قابله للاستخدام. في شيء فيه اسبستوس، في شيء فيه كيماويات انت مش قادر تستخدمها، في كذا يعني انعمل هذا من الوزاره.
طيب هي المشكله هنا بقى في كوست الاستبدال للسيتنبل ولا المدى الاكبر للاستدامه؟
انا رايي الشخصي اذا بدك خليني اعطيه رايي الشخصي، هو لازم تعمل ريديفلوبمنت اون ا نيو ماستر بلان. يعني انت الماستر بلان الموجود حاليا اللي موجوده عليه المستودعات اللي هو في طريق من قدام وفي طريق من ورا وفي مستودع بالنص، هذا غير صالح للمدن اللوجستيه الحديثه، لانك انت عم تعمل زحمه. 3/4 الفانات تخالف لانك انت موقف بالطريق، الشرطه بتجي بتخالفك لانك انت عم تستعمل طريق ملك للدوله. فهو مفروض يتطلع على الموضوع بشكل عام، بتشوفك كلها بتعمل لها ماستر بلان ريديفلوبمنت لتتناسب مع المستودعات الحديثه، بعدين بتهد وبتطلع.
الحاجه الثانيه اللي هي الفكره اللي انا ما عادش اتوسع افقيا، يعني انا المفروض افكر ان انا استخدم برضو ايوه صحيح. تمام مع مباني. لا ماشي في الحاله دي انا افكر ان انا الاستراكشر بتاعي كله يكون ملائم للبيئه.
اوكي
ماشي. مثلا مستويات الاضاءه، موضوع عمليات التشجير، اعاده تدوير المخرجات اللي موجوده عندي، النفايات كلها ايا كان نوعها، سواء كانت صلبه سائله ما الى ذلك. يعني
هو الدكتور في السابق كانت اعلى مستودعات مبنيه في الرياض كان ارتفاعها 8 متر ل 10 متر، هذا الماكسيموم. حاليا عم نشوف مستودعات على 16 متر و20 متر و25 متر، فهذا يعني انه عم بتتم التمدد بالارتفاع عشان يساعدوا اكوموديت مور، يعني اكثر سعه تخزينيه. وبالنسبه للي حكاه الاخ علي انا متفق معه، هي اعاده تاهيل المستودعات لازم تصير صحيح، ولكن هي هذه رحله راح تاخذ وقت، لانه ما بتقدر بيوم وليله تيجي تحكي بدي اهد المستودع واعمل له ريديفلوبمنت. فلازم المدن اللوجستيه الجديده يتم انشائها خارج المدن الرئيسيه الى انه يتم اعاده تطوير المستودعات، لانه اللي عم بيصير اليوم النمو اللي عم بيصير في الاقتصاد اليوم، انت في كل القطاعات سواء الفارما سواء الكيميكال سواء القطاعات الانترتينمنت، كل القطاعات هاي عم تنمو مش بنمو طبيعي، بنمو ضعف وضعفين وثلاثه. فهذا يعني انه المدن اللوجستيه لازم يتم انشائها، وبس تقدر تستوعب المطلوب حاليا يتم إعادة بناء أعتقد المستودعات القديمة.
شكرا دكتور.
ترى دكاترة التخطيط دائما ترى خططهم استراتيجية
طبعا،
يعني وبيعرفون يؤكل الكتف دائما والأسئلة حقتهم.
شكرا لكم على وقتكم كلكم ذوق،
شكرا لك،
استفدنا جدا من هذا الحديث، وإن شاء الله بلقاء قريب
إن شاء الله.
شكرا
يعطيكم العافية.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا.